Chapter 156. Yi Li. Mo Jingli roared through gritted teeth. Yi Li raised an eyebrow at him and waved her free hand in front of him. Her nails that were beautifully maintained were long and hard, with a faint balsamine flower juice on them. But there was a faint ominous blue at the edges. Yi Li, if you hurt you won't be able to escape. Mo Jingli suppressed the anger in his heart and calmly said. Yi Li gave a helpless sigh. You say it like Prince will let me go if I hurt you. Yi Li, let go of I now and I won't argue with you. Mo Jingli warned in a deep voice. The slender fingers on her neck pressed down slightly, successfully shutting Mo Jingli up. Yi Li said with a frown, Prince, I'm really tired of you being so full of yourself. I hope this is the last time we meet. Don't even think about it. Mo Jingli said with a cold smile. Don't be stupid. If it was someone else, they might be able to make a bet with me to see who's faster. But I don't think you'll make a bet with me because you never wanted to die. You still want to live to achieve your ambitions, right? Yi Li said with a smile. Mo Jingli took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. What do you want? Nothing. Yi Li gave a faint smile. Her empty hand snapped, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4. This subordinate greets the princess. The door was pushed open and a figure quickly flashed in before closing the door. Another figure silently floated down from the roof. One on the left and one on the right, they surrounded Mo Jingli from behind, and 1, and 3 greets the princess. Yi Li nodded in satisfaction. Where are the other 2? And 3 said, A2 and A4 are outside. When did you find me? Yi Li asked. Yesterday afternoon. And Yi lightly coughed and asked, Wang Fei, shouldn't you let go of Li Wang first? And San raised his head to look at the roof. He didn't see Wang Fei and Li Wang leaning against each other intimately. Yi Li raised an eyebrow. Prince. Mo Jingli snorted coldly and said, Let go. Yi Li let go of her hands indifferently. With 2 swords pointed at her back, she believed that if Mo Jingli wasn't crazy, he would know what to do. As soon as Yi Li's fingers left his neck, Mo Jingli immediately got up and retreated to face Dark 1 and Dark 3. How did you guys get in? I walked in. Third Secret righteously replied. Mo Jingli narrowed his eyes and began to reevaluate the strength of the 2 shadow guards in front of him. He more or less knew a little about the secret guards in the Ding King's residence, and they were indeed very powerful people. However, he had set up many layers of guards in this courtyard, and with just 4 people, they were able to sneak into the courtyard without making a sound. Wang Fei, now is. And he glanced at his unreliable brother and went forward to ask for instructions. Yi Li stood up and stretched her body, informed Dark 2 and Dark 4 to leave. That's right, I'll have to trouble Prince to send us off. Xiao Yun's medicine has no effect on you. Mo Jingli stared at her. Yi Li shook her head. It's effective, but the time limit has passed. She wouldn't tell him that she had also used the weeds in the garden to make an antidote. Although it wasn't completely effective, the so-called muscle softening powder wasn't too bad. Just now, Yi Li smiled and looked at Mo Jingli in a happy mood. If you acted rashly, I plan to remove your hands. As for this, you don't have to worry, there's no poison in my hands. Don't tell me I'm not worried that I'll accidentally cut my skin. Mo Jingli was silent for a while before he finally gritted his teeth. This time I lost. Actually, Prince doesn't need to be too calculative, I didn't win either. Now, Prince, please. Humph. When An Yi and An San led Mo Jingli out of the room, Miss Xiao Yun also rushed out of the room at the same time. A pair of pretty eyes stared at Yi Li, who was following behind her, almost bursting into flames. Let go of Gongzi. Behind her, An Air and An Si quietly jumped down from the wall. greetings to Wang Fei. Yili waved her hand to indicate that there was no need for formalities. She smiled at Miss Xiaoyun. Miss Xiaoyun, I'm indebted to you for taking care of me these past few days. Xiaoyun stared at her and gritted her teeth. What do you want to do? Let go of the prince and this miss will spare your lives. Yili hid behind Mo Jingli and pretended to be afraid. Oh, Miss Xiaoyun, don't scare me, Ai's consort is very timid. So, Miss Xiaoyun, it's best if you put away your dangerous little things. If Ai's consort isn't careful. Yili raised her hand and her sharp fingernails drew a line of blood on Mo Jingli's neck. She blinked innocently at Xiaoyun. Here, like this. If I accidentally poke a hole in Prince's neck, can Miss Xiaoyun repair it? You. Xiaoyun saw Yili smiling as she rubbed the blood on her finger on Mo Jingli's clothes. Her face turned red with anger. But she quickly calmed down and gave a pure and pleasant smile to Yili. Miss, Prince invited you here out of kindness. You can leave if you want, but you're holding Prince hostage. Is this the etiquette of a guest? Yili smiled and said, I didn't think that not only is Miss Xiaoyun cute, you're also familiar with the etiquette of the Central Plains. But putting tendon softening powder in a guest's food every day isn't the way to treat a guest, right? The emphasis on the word Central Plains etiquette made Xiaoyun's expression change slightly. She habitually looked towards Mo Jingli. Yili didn't plan on stalling for time. She looked at Xiaoyun with a cold smile and said, I'll have to trouble Miss Xiaoyun to prepare a few fast horses. Also, it said that this consort's 2 maids are missing. I'll have to trouble you to send them back. Otherwise, this consort can't guarantee that this consort will be able to return Prince unharmed. Xiaoyun finally put away the smile on her face. Her delicate little face was filled with malice. Prince is Dechu State's kingly. If you hurt him, don't even think about escaping responsibility. Yili raised her brows and said with a smile, You're saying it like you don't know that Ai's consort is Dechu State's consort. Kidnapping Ai's consort, even if it's your kingly, he won't be able to escape responsibility. If you're smart, then immediately do as I say. Otherwise, even if I can't leave, I can guarantee that your kingly will die a horrible death. And San, if anyone dares to act rashly, just greet kingly. There's no need to be polite. If anything happens, this consort will take responsibility. And San excitedly replied in a clear voice, This subordinate will follow your orders. Mo Jingli gave a cold snort and said, You don't need to threaten Xiaoyun, get someone to do as she says. I will personally send them out. Xiaoyun was a bit hesitant and wanted to object, but seeing San's cold dagger on Mo Jingli's waist, she swallowed her words. Staring at Yili, she warned, If anything happens to Prince, even if you go to the ends of the earth, I won't let you go. Yili smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm not interested in your prince. But you, be careful, don't let me see you again. And San brought along Mo Jingli whose acupuncture points were sealed. The other 3 guards walked out of the courtyard beside Yili. Before, the 4 of them had silently taken down many guards. Now that they were swaggering out, no one came forward to be an eyesore. Outside the gate, there were several horses parked outside. An E and an heir went forward to check and nodded to Yili. Yili ordered, and San, take kingly. Let's go. Chapter 157. Xiaoyun, who had followed them out, quickly came forward. The horses have already been given to you, why haven't you released Prince yet? And San sneered, Do you think we're stupid? If we release Princely now, wouldn't it be perfect for you to catch us again? Casually throwing the immobile Mo Jingli onto the back of the horse, and San also jumped onto the horse. Yili sat on the back of the horse and smiled at Xiaoyun, Don't worry, I promise I'll let your prince return safely. But, if I find that there's someone who shouldn't be following us, I'll let someone stab Prince Li in the back. Xiao Yun gritted her teeth, but Mo Jingli was in Yi Li's hands, so she couldn't do anything. She could only hatefully say, "Don't worry, I won't let anyone chase after you. I hope Consort Ding will keep her word." "Same to you." The 5 horses galloped at full speed, only slowing down after running for over 20 miles. And he looked back at the road and said, "It seems like the other side is keeping their word and didn't send anyone to chase after us." And San snorted, "If they want Prince Li to be covered in holes, then they can just follow." Mo Jingli, who was forced to lie on the back of the horse, had already turned ashen from the jolting. He glared at Yi Li as if he wanted to eat her. It was a pity that no matter how fierce his gaze was, it had no effect and was selectively ignored by Yi Li. "Princess, are we returning to the palace now? Prince is very worried about Princess' safety." And he asked in a deep voice. Yi Li shook her head and said with a smile, "I'm not going back." 2, 3, 4, and 6 gazes all focused on Yi Li. Yi Li smiled as she looked at the pale Mo Jingli and said with a smile, "It's rare that Prince Li worked so hard to kidnap this consort, we can't just let it go like this." Mo Jingli stared vigilantly at Yi Li and said, "What do you want to do?" Yi Li's smile was gentle and harmless, "I don't want to do anything. Even if I want to do something, I won't tell you, Prince." He bent down and raised his hand, stabbing Mo Jingli's neck. The dizzy Mo Jingli completely fainted. The 4 shadow guards did not know what Yi Li wanted to do. They could only look at Yi Li, hoping that Wang Fei would give them instructions. Yi Li smiled and said, "Let's find a suitable place to throw Prince Li away. Let's change horses and place somewhere else." "Wang Fei, Prince." Although they only obeyed Wang Fei's orders, they still had to remind Wang Fei that the prince was still worried about her safety. Yi Li tilted her head and thought for a moment. It's already spring. His body should be fine for the time being. Third, when dealing with Mo Jingli, send a letter to Prince. We'll go back later. Yes, Wang Fei. And San smiled. He felt that following Wang Fei was really full of surprises. Compared to the boring days of the other shadow guards, it was much more interesting. Don't call me Wang Fei. Gongzi Chu. Yes, Gongzi. And San went to deal with Mo Jingli and the letter. And Air and San went to deal with the horses and clean up the traces they left on the road. And Yi silently followed Yi Li, who was walking leisurely. As they walked, Yi Li did not forget to ask about the events of the past few days. The disappearance of Qing Wan and Qing Yu made her a little worried. Qing Yu and Qing Wan were left outside Yaohua Palace. They should have been taken away when they wanted to rush in when the fire started. Why did Mo Jingli kidnap the 2 girls? No. It's impossible for Mo Jingli to take so many people out of the palace without anyone knowing. So, Qing Yu and Qing Wan should still be in the palace. Wang Fei. And Yi was very impressed with the master he had served for a long time. If it weren't for Wang Fei secretly teaching the 4 of them a lot of skills in the past 6 months, they wouldn't have found the clues left by Wang Fei so quickly this time and found the hidden manor on the outskirts of the capital. Wang Fei is worried about Qing Wan and Qing Yu. If the 2 girls are still in the palace, Prince must have a way to find them. Wang Fei doesn't have to worry. Yi Li frowned slightly and sighed softly in her heart. If they are just imprisoned, it's fine. I'm afraid. If the shadow guards in the palace can't find them, then it's useless for us to be anxious here. He believed that the heavens would help the 2 ladies and nothing would happen to them. If the 2 girls are really in the hands of Li Wang, even if it's for Li Wang's safety, they will teach them. Yi Li nodded and said, I hope so. Let's go, we still have to stay in the capital for half a month. During this time, let San and Nsi try to enter the palace to see if there are any clues. And Yi was stunned and quickly followed. Yes, Wang Fei, we are leaving the capital? That's right. In a nameless small courtyard on the outskirts of the capital, it was obviously empty at this time. The owner obviously left in a hurry and didn't even have time to take away the many precious antiques and paintings in the room. Mo Xiuyao sat in the small garden and looked at the peach tree that was obviously just planted and the poisonous flowers and plants in the flower bed. Shenyang followed beside Mo Xiuyao and clicked his tongue in amazement. To plant all these poisonous flowers and plants together was not something an ordinary doctor could do. The other party must be a master of poison. Shenyang was even pleasantly surprised to find several rare poisonous plants in the flower bed that he couldn't find anywhere. He didn't care about others and quickly and carefully removed all the useful herbs with the roots and soil, preparing to bring them back and plant them in his own medicine field. Prince, we are a step late. The person has already left. Feng Zhiyao came out of the room and presented a book to Mo Xiuyao, saying, Wang Fei really did live here before. This should have been left behind by Wang Fei. Mo Xiuyao took the book and opened it. It was a normal book of poems with a slip of paper inside. It was unknown what was used to write a few faint red words on it. Safe, don't worry. Feng Zhiyao looked at Mo Xiuyao's expression and continued, there are several hidden places in the courtyard that have traces of fighting and the smell of blood. In addition, the charcoal ash in the kitchen is still warm. The person should not have left for long. In this subordinate's opinion, it should be Wang Fei's shadow guard that found Wang Fei first. Feng Zhiyao was complaining in his heart. Why didn't the shadow guard inform them that they had found Wang Fei and everything would have been fine if they had saved Wang Fei together? Now that everyone was gone, they only knew that there had been a fight, but they did not know whether Wang Fei had been rescued or not. Looking at Mo Xiuyao's increasingly gloomy expression, Feng Zhiyao began to envy Ling Haoyu who had gone to the south. Where is Mo Jingli? Feng Zhiyao hesitated before saying, no one has seen Mo Jingli yet, but he is Li Wang. It is impossible for him to disappear for a long time. However, we did not catch him on the spot, nor did we find Wang Fei, so there is no evidence to accuse him. Feng Zhiyao had to admit that he had underestimated Mo Jingli. There was nothing in this courtyard that was related to Mo Jingli. Even the owner of this courtyard was an unrelated and ignorant ordinary merchant. All they knew now was that there should have been a woman living in this courtyard for a long time, but her identity, age, and appearance were unknown. Shenyang, who was squatting in the flower bed and processing herbs, said, the person who originally lived here should have been a woman from the south. Chapter 158. Feng Zhiyao raised an eyebrow. How does Mr. Chen know? Chen Yang pointed at the flower bed and said, in this garden, other than the peach trees, everything else is poisonous. There are a few kinds of poisonous plants that are unique to Nanjiang. Not to mention the people of Dechu State, even the people of Nanjiang who are not proficient in poisons may not be able to recognize them. There's also this. Chen Yang took out a small shiny object from the soft soil under the peach trees and threw it to Feng Zhiyao. Feng Zhiyao weighed it in his hand. What is this thing? It looks like a girl's jewelry. Mo Xiuyao glanced at it and lightly said, that's a piece of jewelry used by Nanjiang women. Also, it should only be used by the unmarried women of Nanjiang's noble families. There should be a mark on the back of the sapphire. That is the emblem of a large clan in Nanjiang. Send someone to check it out later. Feng Zhiyao flipped the sapphire over and looked at it for a long time before finally finding a small and blurry mark in a hidden corner. If it wasn't for Mo Xiuyao's reminder, he would have thought it was a flaw in the jewelry and wouldn't have even noticed it. Clan emblem. Nanjiang people like to carve their clan emblem on jewelry. Chen Yang shook his head and said, in Nanjiang, the clan emblem represents their status and glory. It's not just jewelry, they also like to print their clan emblem on their clothes. In Nanjiang, most people can recognize the clan emblem of these large clans. Normal people will automatically avoid them when they see them. Li wouldn't bury something useless here. Mo Xiuyao lightly said, "It looks like Li has already left." Feng Zhiyao nodded and put away the sapphire ornament. "All right, I'll send someone to check." "Your Highness." A guard came in with a letter in his hand. "This was found outside the door just now." Mo Xiuyao took the letter and opened it to read. His brows gradually furrowed. "Prince." Mo Xiuyao folded the letter and put it back in his sleeve. He raised his head and said to Feng Zhiyao, "Return to the capital." Then Princess Consort, it was sent by Miss Li's shadow guard. Miss Li is out of danger. As for Mo Jingli, send someone to the forest 5 li west. Find Mo Jingli and bring him back to the capital. Remember, I want him to return to the Li Palace safely. Don't alarm anyone. Feng Zhiyao nodded. Has Wang Fei already returned? Mo Xiuyao glanced at him and said, "It must be that the princess consort is missing. Everyone in the Prince Ding mansion must stop working and focus on finding the princess consort." Feng Zhiyao was startled. He could tell that Mo Xiuyao was still in a bad mood, so he wisely swallowed his doubts. "Yes, I'll go now. Speaking of which, San and the others have improved a lot after following Wang Fei for half a year. They can come and go without a trace." While complaining, Feng Zhiyao quickly left to order people to work. The prince wasn't in a good mood, so it was better not to provoke him. But, the low pressure of the past few days should be over, right? On the streets of the capital, a white-clothed youth was strolling with a fan in his hand. The youth's face was like jade and his eyes were like shooting stars. Even though he looked slightly immature, it was believed that with time, he would become an elegant young master that wouldn't lose to any handsome man in the capital. Behind the youth were 2 tall guards. The people passing by couldn't help but take a few more looks. They secretly wondered which family's young master was bringing his guards out to play. San stood uncomfortably on the street, looking at the little Gongzi who was leisurely browsing through the street stalls in front of him. Without a trace, he used his elbow to nudge Si beside him. "What do you think Wang, Gongzi wants to do?" Si glanced at him, calmly saying, "Didn't Gongzi say to wait for boss news? You don't need to stroll on the street while waiting for news, right? If the people in the Fu find out." Thinking about how his master wasn't willing to return to the Fu after escaping danger, San could almost imagine what Prince's expression would be like. Wang Fei was fine, but as the shadow guard, they would definitely be out of luck. Si's mouth twitched. He glanced at the white-clothed young master in front of him. That appearance, if you didn't know beforehand. If Wang Fei stood in front of you, would you be able to recognize her? Their family's master's level of cross-dressing as a man wasn't something that could be recognized at a glance like the young ladies who secretly ran out of their homes to play. From height to shape, from eyebrows to eyes, even the tone of her voice and the way she walked had been completely changed. Most importantly, even if an expert in disguise stood in front of her, they wouldn't be able to recognize her because she didn't use any disguise tools or human skin masks. If someone dared to point at the young master in front of them and say that he was a woman, they would definitely be spurned by everyone on the street. This was also why Wang Fei dared to stroll on the streets of Jing City. San nodded in agreement. There were very few people in Jing City who recognized Wang Fei. If she could be recognized like this, then there was no justice. But, as a shadow guard, he wasn't used to standing in broad daylight. Si pulled at San, who was still in a daze. "Why aren't you leaving? As long as you don't look like you're guilty, the shadow guard and the Fu won't recognize us. Don't forget what the young master said." San nodded and followed the white-clothed young master with Si. Wang Fei said that she didn't need a shadow guard who could only protect her in the dark. She needed someone who could stand by her side and help her when she needed, even fight side by side and complete all kinds of missions. Yili finished her stroll and happily returned to the sky room of the inn she was temporarily staying at in Jing City. An E and an heir were already waiting in the room. An E took out a letter and said, "This is a letter from Su Darren to Gongzi. He asks Gongzi to come to Jingling Temple outside the city tomorrow. Tomorrow, Su Darren, Su Furen and the young masters of the Su family will go to Jingling Temple to pray for Wang Fei." Yili nodded. She was a bit distressed about how she was going to explain to her Jojo why she hadn't returned for so long and why they were worried, as well as what she was going to do next. Rubbing her forehead, she looked at an heir. "Is there news from Qing Wan and Qing Yu?" An heir nodded and said, "Last night, the prince sent people to bring Qing Wan and Qing Yu back to the Fu, but..." An heir looked at Yili and frowned. They seemed to have lost their memories. They can't remember what happened at the time. The shadow guard seemed to have found them in the cold palace. Lost their memories. Yili frowned. What did the prince say? The prince had them recuperate in the Fu and no one was allowed to come in contact with them. Shen Xianqing was also sent to treat them. The Fu was heavily guarded. Although this subordinate was familiar with the terrain, he didn't dare to get too close. So the details of the situation weren't found out. An heir said with some shame. "You've done very well." Yili was well aware of how the Fu was guarded. It was already very good that an heir could sneak in and come out safely without alerting anyone. Yili frowned slightly. Mo Xiuyao separated Qing Yu and Qing Wan. It seemed to be to let them recuperate in peace, but it wasn't that he didn't suspect their intentions. After getting along for nearly a year, compared to Qing Xiao who was originally by old Madame Ye's side, and Qing Shuang who was still young and had a more active temper, she usually relied on Qing Wan and Qing Yu more. Because of the trust she had for her uncle and grandfather, Yili never thought that Qing Wan and Qing Yu would betray her. After a moment of silence, Yili decided not to get involved in this matter for the time being. She was about to leave the capital. Originally, she didn't plan to bring those maids. Mo Xiuyao also wouldn't casually dispose of the people around her. Then, let Mo Xiuyao see if they could be trusted. Chapter 159. After the morning court the next day, Imperial Censor Su took his wife and several nephews out of the city to Jingling Temple to burn incense. At this time, it did not attract too much attention. After all, the Su family's love for their nieces was obvious to all in the capital. In the past, Imperial Censor Su had not hesitated to go against the Shangshu Fu and Princely in order to stand up for his niece. After that, when Princess Ding married, the young masters of the Su family all came out to send off their cousin. Now that Princess Ding had mysteriously disappeared in the fire, it was normal for the Su family to go to the temple to burn incense and pray for Princess Ding. And people like the Emperor or Princely who might pay attention to this matter were dizzy from the waves caused by Princess Ding's disappearance. They naturally did not have the time to pay attention to whether their officials were resting at home or going to the temple to burn incense after court. As Yili's close friend and the future second madam of the Su family, Qin Jing also went with Madame Su. She was truly worried about her missing friend. After entering Jingling Temple, she accompanied Madame Su to worship all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas in the temple. Madame Su was more and more satisfied with this gentle and pleasant future daughter-in-law. After praying to Buddha, Madame Su went to the side room to rest. Qin Jing dismissed the maidservants and chanted sutras and prayed alone in the silent hall. However, she was startled by a clear voice in her ear. "Miss Qin." Qin Jing was shocked. Turning back, she saw a handsome youth dressed in moon-white cloth standing beside her. Qin Jing frowned. She felt that the young man smiling at her was strangely familiar, but she was sure that she did not know this young man. May I know who young master is? Why are you here? Qin Jing stood up and stared warily at the youth in front of her. She silently took a few steps to the side. Yili saw this and smiled faintly in her heart. She pretended not to know. Lifting her clothes, she knelt on the mat in front of the Buddha statue and prayed like Qin Jing. He turned back to look at Qin Jing, who was looking at him, and smiled. I'm naturally here to pray. Miss Qin, don't be nervous. This one and second young master Su are old acquaintances. I'll have to trouble you to tell second young master Su that this one's surname is Chu Junwei. Qin Jing was startled for a moment and seemed to understand something. She nodded calmly and said to Yili, I understand. I will pass on your message. Then, thank you, Miss Qin, Yili said with a smile. Yili was resting in the back hall of the Buddha Hall. This was a Buddha hall in the Jingling Temple that was rarely visited. It was located in a remote area, and the Buddha worshipped was not very prominent. Therefore, other than the young Buddhist monks who were sweeping, very few people came here. Yili opened her eyes and got up. She saw Su Hongyan and Su Qingze standing at the door, looking at her with furrowed brows. Yili smiled brightly. Second uncle, second brother, don't you recognize me? Su Hongyan looked at her for a long time, then shook his head and said, You little girl, I didn't recognize you when we met outside. Su Qingze's cold face had a bit more warmth than usual. He silently nodded his head, indicating that he also didn't recognize her. Yili smiled apologetically. I saw that second uncle seemed to be talking with Abbot Fangzhang. It wasn't convenient for to go over, so I could only ask second uncle and second brother to come here. The three people sat down. Su Hongyan looked at her male attire and frowned. He scolded, You little girl, since you're already out of danger, why didn't you return to the Wangfu? If it wasn't for Prince Ding sending a letter saying that you were fine, the letter to Yunzhou would have been sent out. Do you want to worry your grandfather to death? Looking at second uncle's anxious appearance, Yili felt very guilty. She blinked her eyes and looked at him pitifully. Second uncle, Li knows she was wrong. But, there's no benefit for Li to go back now. If they don't succeed this time, they will naturally have a next time. It's better to do it like it is now. I'm in the dark and they're in the light. Let's see who's scheming who. Su Hongyan glared at her and said, Your calculations are good. Right now, the rumors in the marketplace are that Prince Ding has jinxed his wife. Yili smiled and said, There's nothing wrong with that. Even if I'm not here, Mo Xiuyao won't be able to marry anyone else. Su Qingze quietly sat on the side and listened to their conversation. He frowned and asked Yili, What other plans does Li have? The future Wang Fei couldn't dress as a man and stay in Jing City for a long time. If she interacted with them too much, she would be discovered one day. Yili put away the smile on her face. She looked sternly at her uncle and cousin and said, I'm preparing to go to Nanjiang. Nonsense. Su Hongyan angrily scolded. Second uncle. Yili looked helplessly at Su Hongyan. At the same time, she used her eyes to signal for Su Qingze to speak for her. It was a pity that Su Qingze also frowned and looked at her with a disapproving gaze. Su Hongyan waved his hand and said, Don't say anything. If you're impatient to stay in Jing City, then go to Yunzhou. It just so happens that you haven't seen your grandfather for many years. Uncle. I'm the future Wang Fei. How can I run away just because I'm impatient to deal with the people and matters in Jing City? Then Mo Xiuyao marrying me is a bit of a loss. Yili smiled and said. Su Hongyan looked at her from the corner of his eyes and faintly said, Could it be that you want to go to Nanjiang to do something? Are the people in the Ding Wang Fu all useless in the tavern? Do they need a Wang Fei like you to personally go to such a far place? Don't tell me. Go and explain to your grandfather and eldest uncle. Second uncle. Yili looked at her own dressing. She really couldn't act like a spoiled girl. She could only look innocently at second uncle. Eldest brother is also there. Second uncle doesn't need to worry about my safety. Does Prince Ding know what you mean? Su Hongyan asked. Yili felt a little guilty. She still hadn't met Imo Xiuyao. What does Yili want to do in Nanjing? Su Qingze looked at Yili and hit the nail on the head. Yili glanced at him grumpily but still answered honestly, now the situation in Nanjing is worse than Jing City. I don't feel at ease with eldest brother alone in Nanjing. It just so happens that Jing City doesn't need me to show my face for the time being. I want to go to Nanjing to take a look. Su Hongyan frowned. Your eldest brother has a sense of propriety and will act according to his capabilities. What can a girl like you help with? As for Jing City, Prince Ding intends to use your disappearance to make the Emperor and Empress Dowager fight. They were already fighting fiercely, but they shouldn't have dragged the Ding Wangfu into it. Yili frowned. The Ding Wangfu can't wait to be schemed against forever. Uncle must know why eldest brother went to Nanjing. If Nanjing isn't stable, the entire Dechu state might fall into the flames of war. Since Li has already married into the Ding Wangfu, the Ding Wangfu's position is Li position. I can't just sit in my boudoir and ignore everything like the other noblewomen. Other people won't give me this chance, right? Su Hongyan frowned. You take care of the Wangfu's matters and let Prince Ding have no worries. You have already fulfilled your responsibility as a Wang Fei. Since we are husband and wife, we should share trials and tribulations together. Prince's body is inconvenient and he can't travel far. What's wrong with me doing what he can't do? Yili firmly said. Yili occasionally thought of Imo Xiuyao's words and felt uneasy. If the situation in Nanjing went out of control and developed into the situation they expected, Imo Xiuyao would have to personally lead the troops without caring about his body. Yili didn't dare to imagine that with Imo Xiuyao's body, if he really went to war, he wouldn't be able to come back alive. There was also Su Qingchen. Young Master Qing Chen's intelligence was unparalleled. But even if the Su family was 100-years-old clan, in terms of bodyguards, they couldn't be compared to the Imperial Wangfu. And Yili clearly knew that Su Qingchen was a weak young master who didn't know martial arts. Chapter 160. Yili looked at Su Hongyan seriously and said, Second uncle, Li knows what to do. I will definitely not put myself in danger. Seeing his niece's determined expression, Su Hongyan sighed helplessly. Li you are a girl. You don't need to take all the responsibility. Whether it is your big brother or Prince Ding, their matters are not your responsibility. Yili smiled faintly and said, I know. If Li doesn't know anything and doesn't know anything, then naturally you can stay in a safe place and let people protect you. But since I can help a little, why should I let big brother take the risk alone? Don't think that I don't know. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, and fifth brother also want to go to Nanjing to help big brother. It's just that they can't leave. Now I can use the excuse of going missing to help big brother so grandfather and uncle don't have to worry. Su Hongyan glared at her unhappily. Worry? How can you be at ease? Yili blinked. Second uncle, you should admit that I am stronger than third brother. You are already at ease with third brother going to the military camp. Why can't you be at ease with Li? He is a man. It doesn't matter which one of them is injured. Can you compare? Su Hongyan said. But Yili saw a trace of hesitation. She hurriedly tried to persuade him, I'm not going alone. My secret guards will follow me. Second uncle. Su Hongyan was helpless and could only say, "You are already married. Go ask Prince Ding. If Prince Ding doesn't agree, then it is useless to say anything to me." "Thank you, uncle." Yili was overjoyed. In her opinion, convincing her uncle was much more difficult than convincing Imo Xiuyao. Su Hongyan looked at her face full of joy and sighed helplessly. It was no good for a girl to be too weak, just like his little sister Li's mother. It was even worse for a girl to be too strong and intelligent, just like this niece of his. He only hoped that Prince Ding could suppress her and let her stay in the capital or return to Yunzhou. Deep in the forest outside the Jingling Temple, Imo Xiuyao was alone in his wheelchair, resting with his eyes closed. The faint slanting sunlight shone through the treetops and onto his body, making the still somewhat chilly early spring have a faint hint of warmth. Xiuyao. Yili approached and saw the thin and tired face of the man leaning on the wheelchair. Her heart trembled, and she couldn't help but feel a little guilty and worried. Imo Xiuyao opened his eyes and looked up at her. He was startled at first, but then he smiled and said, "No wonder so many people couldn't find Mr. Li. If I didn't look carefully, I probably wouldn't be able to recognize Mr. Li." Yili walked up to him and looked at Imo Xiuyao's smiling eyes. She said in a low voice, "I'm sorry for making you worry. Li, are you still not going to go back?" Imo Xiuyao looked at Yili with a calm and gentle gaze as he asked softly. Yili shook her head and looked at him. "I want to go to Nanjiang." Imo Xiuyao frowned. "If Mr. Li is worried about Brother Su, I'll let Feng San go to Nanjiang to help him." Yili shook her head. "Leng Haoyu is not in the capital. Only Feng Zhiyao and Chief Steward Imo are helping you. How can you send Feng Zhiyao out? Besides, it's not a good time for me to go back now, is it?" If she went back now, she definitely needed to find out who did it in the palace. Just as Mo Jingli said, even if it was for the sake of the Ding Manor's face, they couldn't let the person who kidnapped the Ding Manor's consort get away with it. And once the Ding Manor targeted Mo Jingli, then the one who would benefit from it would be Mo Jingqi. It was better now. The Ding Manor's consort went missing in the palace. No matter what, they would stand on the Ding Manor's side. Just let Mo Jingli and Mo Jingqi fight among themselves. Although Mo Jingli knew that she had escaped, he still had to swallow this loss. He couldn't admit that he kidnapped Princess Ding and then she escaped from his hands, right? If Mr. Li feels bored in the capital, you can go to Yunzhou. When the matter is over, I'll come to pick you up and bring you back to the capital, okay? Mo Xiuya pulled Yili in front of him and raised his head to ask. Yili bit her red lips and looked at Mo Xiuya with determination. She knew that this man wanted to protect her, but even if she felt warm and moved, she wasn't a weak woman who could stand behind a man and watch others go through life and death. Besides, it wasn't just for Mo Xiuya. Her family and brothers were also involved in this dispute. In the foreseeable future, there might be an uncle who doted on her and an old grandfather. I'll bring the shadow guard. I won't put myself in danger. Yili softly rejected Mo Xiuyao's suggestion. A trace of disappointment could be clearly seen in Mo Xiuyao's gentle eyes. Yili quickly averted her eyes. After being together for half a year, she had gradually gotten used to Mo Xiuyao's gentle and indifferent voice and aura. Mo Xiuyao rarely asked her for anything, but Yili suddenly realized that even if it was Mo Xiuyao's request, she rarely fulfilled it. Thinking about it, no matter how one looked at it, she didn't seem to be a good wife. Li, I'm sorry. It's all because of me. No. Yili interrupted him. I know that if I want to, I can always stay in a safe place. You can arrange everything for me. But Xiuyao, I don't want that. I don't want to hide behind you. If I'm destined to be with someone for the rest of my life, I hope that I can stand by his side and not hide under his wings. Do you understand? Mo Xiaoyao's fingers almost imperceptibly trembled. After a while, he said in a low voice, then, be careful. Lily, after saying this, he took out a piece of warm jade tied with a red silk ribbon and placed it in Yili's hand. He smiled faintly and said, keep it well. Don't lose it. Yili played with the warm jade in her hand. It was a dragon yazi carved from the highest quality mutton fat white jade. Even though it was carved from warm white jade, one could still feel the domineering aura of a dragon and the cold killing intent of a yazi. Yili held it in her hand and looked at Mo Xiaoyao. This? Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly. This is an ancestral jade pendant. I wanted to give it to Lily a long time ago. Don't lose it. It's the same as the cloud-grasping sword. They're both family heirlooms. Yili was speechless. She silently put away the jade pendant. Seeing Yili's figure disappear into the forest, the warm smile on Mo Xiaoyao's face gradually disappeared. He looked down at his crippled legs. His indifferent eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. Bang! With a wave of his hand, a large tree nearby snapped. Mo Xiaoyao coughed a few times. His face was tired as he leaned against his wheelchair. You really are trash. With Prince's current body, it's best not to get angry so easily. Shenyang walked out of the forest and frowned as he looked at the tree trunk on the ground. Mo Xiaoyao walked in front of him. As expected, he saw that the white handkerchief in his hand was stained red. Ajin followed behind Shenyang and looked worriedly at Mo Xiaoyao. Wang Fei is a very special woman. Prince should feel happy that he has married such a Wang Fei. Looking in the direction that Yili had left, Shenyang said thoughtfully. Mo Xiaoyao said coldly, you say that I should feel happy that my Wang Fei is in danger. Shenyang looked at the hand that was clenched on his knee and said in a rare tone of an elder, even though this may hurt Prince's pride, but I feel that Wang Fei does not need Prince's protection. Wang Fei's present appearance is much more real and moving than her noble appearance in the Wang Fu, isn't it? Or is it that Prince Ding is like the common people and prefers a woman who is like a daughter flower that depends on you? Chapter 161. That's enough. Mo Xiaoyao said in a low voice, I know what to do. Let's go back. Jin pushed Mo Xiaoyao to the other side of the forest. Shenyang shook his head and followed. Prince Li's mansion. Mo Jingli sat in the study, his expression dark as he stared at the person kneeling in front of him. You're saying that you still haven't found any trace of Yili? The middle-aged man kneeling on the ground could clearly feel Mo Jingli's anger and secretly complained in his heart. Prince, please forgive me. This subordinate has already sent people to carefully search the area within 100 li from where Princess Ding disappeared, but they haven't found any trace of Princess Ding. Mo Jingli snorted coldly. Yili hasn't returned to the Prince Ding mansion, nor has she returned to the Yi family or the Su family. Could it be that she can fly and burrow into the ground? The middle-aged man hurriedly said, Prince, although we tampered with the horses, Princess Ding seems to have discovered this matter. She made the horses run in 2 directions, east and west, and drew our pursuers away. So you're telling I that your brains aren't as good as a woman's? Mo Jingli sneered as he spat out mockery. The middle-aged man lowered his head in shame, but he couldn't help but complain in his heart, is Princess Ding an ordinary woman? It's not the first time that Prince has been unlucky in her hands, so it's understandable that they failed, right? Get out. Keep an eye on the Prince Ding mansion for I don't believe that Yili won't return. After chasing his subordinates out, Mo Jingli fell into deep thought. Yili not returning to the mansion after escaping was indeed out of Mo Jingli's expectations. But he didn't know whether he should be relieved or angry. This choice was like asking him to choose between facing the Ding King's residence and his brother, the Emperor. If Yili returned to the Prince Ding mansion safely, then neither he nor Mo Xiuya would be able to retreat. At that time, the one who would benefit would be his brother, the Emperor, who was sitting high on the dragon throne. But now, Mo Xiuya was busy looking for Yili and even caused trouble for him from time to time. He should take advantage of this opportunity, but if he and Mo Jingqi were both injured, Prince, what's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? A charming young girl walked out from the inner room and looked at Mo Jingli with a smile on her face. Yili hasn't returned home yet. Your tracking drug is useless. Yili has already disappeared. Mo Jingli looked at the pretty and cute young girl in front of him and said in a deep voice. Xiao Yun, who had already changed out of her simple maid costume and appeared more charming, had a strange look in her eyes. She said in surprise, "This Princess Ding is quite capable. Even the most famous poison expert couldn't detect the soul-chasing incense I used." Tilting her head and pinching the small braids in front of her chest, Xiao Yun blinked and looked at Mo Jingli. "Do you need me to find Princess Ding?" "I will definitely find her." Mo Jingli glanced at her. "Find her? If you really find her, will you be able to return?" Mo Jingli felt that after several confrontations with Yili, he still hadn't completely figured out how strong she was. Also, the 4 shadow guards by her side were definitely not simple. If Xiao Yun was killed by someone alone, even her bones wouldn't be able to be found. You stay in the palace obediently and don't run around. If you ruin Ai's plan, I won't care if I can explain it to your sister. Xiao Yun bit her lips and glared at Mo Jingli with hidden bitterness. Unfortunately, Mo Jingli wasn't someone who would go easy on girls. With a cold snort, he picked up the scroll on the table and lowered his head to read. He completely ignored Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun's eyes turned and she walked to Mo Jingli's side. She said in a low voice, "Jingli Gij, can I help you poison Mo Xiuyao and the Emperor to death?" "If you want to die, then go ahead and try," Mo Jingli said. Did she think that no one had tried to poison Mo Xiuyao in all these years? But Mo Xiuyao was still living well with his sickly and crippled body. Instead, those assassins were long gone and no one knew where their corpses were. Jiangnan Guangling City. Compared to the cold spring in the north, Jiangnan at the beginning of March was already a scene of flowers blooming and thriving. Guangling City was the largest city in the south and it was also the former capital of the previous dynasty. Even though the previous dynasty had been destroyed, Guangling City's position as the political, economic and cultural center of the south had not been shaken. And because Taizu had established the capital here in the early years, even though the capital had been moved to the north, Guangling City had been preserved as a subsidiary capital. Compared to the political and military position of the Chu capital, Guangling City was more inclined towards culture and economy. 3 of the 4 richest merchants of the Dechu state lived in Guangling City. From this, it could be seen that Guangling City's wealth was far greater than the Chu capital in the north. In the night, Yili leisurely strolled through the noisy streets filled with the smell of cosmetics. The noise on both sides of the street was filled with the smell of alcohol and rouge. What entered his ears was the sound of music. And San awkwardly followed Yili as he pushed away the warm and gentle women that came to pull him and his Wang Fei. He was complaining inside. If he had known that Wang Fei would run to a place like this, he wouldn't have fought with Lauda to trade. Woo-woo. If the prince knew that he was going to a brothel with Wang Fei, he would definitely kill him. Yili walked as he looked back to admire Ansan's embarrassed state. Just as Ansan couldn't take it anymore, he finally stopped and said with a smile, "We're here." Ansan let out a sigh of relief and raised his head to look at the roadside. Under the dim light of the night, by the side of the quiet lake, there stood a serene and elegant pavilion. On the plaque above the door, there were a few large words written like dragons and phoenixes, breeze and moon floor. As a shadow guard specially trained by the Ding King's Fu, and San naturally knew what kind of place the wind and moon floor was. The #1 brothel in the world. It was said that this place had the most fragrant wine, the best food, and the most beautiful and talented women in the world. This was the land of warmth and tenderness that every man dreamed of and would rather not wake up from. Gongzi. Yili looked at him and smiled. What? The #1 brothel in the world isn't enough for you. And San grimaced, Gongzi, are we really going in? Yili smiled, do you think I'm taking you out for a walk? Let's go. Opening the fan in his hand, Yili smiled as he stepped into the wind and moon floor. Since the wind and moon floor could become the #1 brothel in the world, it naturally had its extraordinary aspects. Stepping into the lobby, what greeted them wasn't a vulgar brothel keeper with heavy makeup, but two young women with light eyebrows and delicate makeup. Seeing Yili wearing an ice blue brocade robe with silver embroidery and a top-quality jade pendant on his white belt, holding a fan in his hand and looking relaxed, it was clear that he had an extraordinary presence. They quickly came forward. Greetings to Gongzi. This Gongzi looks unfamiliar. Is it your first time coming to the wind and moon floor? Yili smiled and nodded. That's right, this Gongzi just came to Jiangnan. I've admired the wind and moon floor for a long time and wanted to see it. The woman smiled. Gongzi's presence really brings light to my humble brothel. Gongzi, please come to the private room to enjoy the song and dance, and see if there's anything you like. Yili smiled. This Gongzi heard that your brothel doesn't only specialize in song and dance. Why don't you introduce some interesting things? This woman was in charge of the wind and moon floor's reception, so she was naturally an insightful person. Looking at Yili, although his clothing and bearing were extraordinary, he was definitely not older than 13 years old. 13-year-old immature youths were interested in fragrant and warm jade, but there were also some who hadn't been enlightened yet. Seeing the young Gongzi's noble and proud appearance, he must be some family's young Gongzi who came out to have fun. The woman covered her mouth and smiled. Little Gongzi, if you don't like our moon floor's girls, they will be sad. Our moon floor's girls are indeed not only good at song and dance, but what does little Gongzi like? Chapter 162. Yili frowned. This young master originally wanted to gamble a few rounds for fun, but this Guangling city's gambling house is a bit too noisy. It's really disappointing to have all kinds of people mixed together. The girl pursed her lips and smiled. So, young master, please follow me. Behind Yili, and San, who was acting as a wooden stake, moved her lips as if she wanted to say something, but when she saw Yili's warm smile, she awkwardly closed her mouth. Even the brothel had entered. What was there to be afraid of in the gambling house? The gambling house of the Wind and Moon House was naturally different from the gambling houses outside. No matter if it was serving tea or being the banker, they were all women. Entering the hall, the first thing that came into sight was a beautiful purple-clothed girl holding a dice cup and gently shaking it. There were a lot of gamblers gathered around. Yili smiled. Betting big or small was the most monotonous but also the most classic game in the gambling house. Adding on the fact that the banker was a stunning beauty, it naturally attracted countless people to throw in their money. The woman leading the way naturally saw the look in Yili's eyes and immediately smiled. This young lady is one of the 12 most popular girls in the Wind and Moon Pavilion, Miss Ru Mei. She's best at shaking dice. Even our house master praises her skills. After speaking, the girl very considerately introduced Yili to the situation of the gambling house. For example, among the 12 leading girls of the Wind and Moon House, 3 of them were the bankers of this gambling house. Moreover, these 3 girls were all artists. Only those who beat them in gambling could become the guests behind the curtain. Up until now, no one had succeeded. Yili laughed involuntarily. Han Mingyue really knew how to make money. Ordinary men naturally went to the brothel for the beauty. But those who could enter the Wind and Moon house were mostly wealthy people. What kind of beauty hadn't they seen before? Setting up this kind of gambling house was naturally more attractive than ordinary gambling houses. Men all had the desire to conquer. Those men who had money and leisure wanted to get close to a woman, naturally wouldn't be stingy with spending a lot of money. "Ah-san, what do you think of Miss Rume?" Yili pointed at the purple-clothed woman not far away with her folding fan and asked with a smile. And San tried his best not to make his face twitch, replying with a wooden face, replying to the young master, "Of course it's a beauty." This young master thinks so too." Yili rested her chin on her folding fan and said with a smile, "Why don't we have a chat tonight? Maybe we can." "Young master, your family won't be happy." Anson gritted her teeth and reminded. "I know, so, this young master will give you the chance to get intimate with her." Yili smiled wholeheartedly as she looked at Ansan's ink-like face. She happily walked over to the gambling table. Miss Rume shook the dice and looked at the gathered gamblers with a smile on her lips. The greed and lust in the eyes of these men made her feel disdain, but the smile on her face became even more charming. Yili, who suddenly squeezed to the front, made her stare blankly for a moment. This young master was only 13 or 14 years old, but the high-quality clothes and accessories on his body showed that his background wasn't ordinary. The youth's clear eyes made her feel that this youth was different from others. She smiled brightly at him. "Young master, do you want to bet?" Yili tilted his head and looked left and right. It was worthy of being called the world's #1 gambling house. The gambling money on the table was at least 50 taels. The money these rich people casually bet for fun was enough for an ordinary person to live for half a year. The nearby gamblers saw that the one who squeezed in was a child still smelling of his mother's milk. They couldn't help but show contempt and ridicule in their eyes. There were even quite a few people who made mocking hisses. Yili didn't care. Beaming, she took out a 50 taels silver ingot and threw it on the table. She smiled and said, "I bet big." Rumi smiled and swept her gaze over the surrounding gamblers. There was no difference between the rich and powerful in the gambling house and the common people. They all started to jeer, "Big. Big. Small. Small. Small." Rume's red lips slightly lifted. She raised her hand and opened the dice cup on the table. She smiled and said, 2, 4, 4, small. Some people were happy and some people were sad. Yili didn't care about the 50 taels that she lost. She patiently waited for the next round. This time, she still bet 50 taels. It was still big. She opened it again. It was still small. For the third round, Yili increased it to 200 taels. It was still big. Throwing the dice didn't take much time. It was only a quarter of an hour, but Yili had already lost nearly 2,000 taels. The nearby gamblers all looked at this generous young master with some surprise. They guessed which family's young master this was. "Young master, are you still betting?" Rumi smiled and asked Yili. Yili raised her hand and Yili, who was standing behind her, obediently took out a stack of banknotes and handed it to Yili. Large and small banknotes totaled 20,000 taels. Seeing Yili throw the banknotes on the table without any heartache, Anson's heart twitched. He acted like a generous young master from a rich family. It was true that the Ding imperial residence was rich, but they didn't have much money right now. When they left the capital, their master brought a total of 20,000 taels of banknotes and some loose cash with them. 20,000 taels was a lot. It was enough for their group of 5 to comfortably make a few trips to the southern border. But in the casino, 20,000 taels wasn't too much. According to their master's attitude, they wouldn't even need 2 hours to lose everything. Yili increased the bet here. 500 taels. Young master, are you betting big or small? Rume asked. Yili smiled and said, this young master doesn't like small. I'm still betting big. Thus, all the gamblers placed their bets in the opposite direction. People with eyes could see how bad this young master's luck was. After losing another 10,000 taels, Yili finally smiled with satisfaction. When Rume put down the dice cup again, she shook her head with a smile and said, this time, I'm not following. Amidst the crowd's boos and noise, Rume opened the dice cup. 3 sixes, kill all. The audience wailed. Another round began. Yili had already raised the bet to 1,000 taels. This time, it was different from the previous bad luck. Yili was like a god, small. The dice cup was opened. 1, 2, 4, small. Big. 5, 5, 6, big. Big. In less than an hour, the table in front of Yili was filled with a thick pile of banknotes and silver ingots. Anson brought a chair over from somewhere for Yili to sit on. Yili comfortably leaned on the chair and looked at Rume's face that was getting paler and paler. With an innocent smile, she put down the banknotes in her hand, 30,000 taels, small. Rume's slender fingers paused and she slowly opened the dice cup. Everyone stared at the dice cup that was slowly leaving the table, 1, 1, 2, small. Standing behind Yili, and San looked worriedly at the banknotes that had increased on the table. Just now, he had been worried that after Wang Fei lost all the money, they would have to return to Jing with their tails between their legs. Now, he was worried that Wang Fei would win too much and they wouldn't be able to walk out of Breeze and Moon Tower. Without a change in expression, she supported her head with her hand and casually looked at Rume's movements, all in. Big. Everyone present inhaled sharply. The banknotes and silver ingots in front of Yili added up to more than 100,000 taels. If they bet right, they would naturally win a full purse. If they bet wrong, then the 100,000 taels would be wasted. Even if everyone present was rich, there weren't many who had the courage to bet more than 100,000 taels. After all, their money was earned through hard work and didn't fall from the sky. Fine beads of sweat started to appear on Rume's flawless forehead. Her beautiful eyes that stared at Yili were filled with shock and inquiry. Under everyone's gaze, she slowly reached out to open the dice cup. Everyone exclaimed, 3, 3. Chapter 163. Rume's hand trembled, her face as white as paper. Gongzi is so strong. Rume said with a bleak expression. Yili smiled but didn't say anything. In the past, for an undercover mission, she had specially learned gambling from a gambling king for several months. The other party had praised her for her talent. And with her eyesight and hearing, it was impossible for Rume to cheat in front of her. Of course, Yili thought that in a place like the Wind and Moon Pavilion, the banker wouldn't cheat for a few hundred taels of silver. If that was the case, it would damage the reputation of Han Mingyue's Wind and Moon Pavilion too much. But if she continued to win, it wouldn't be certain. After all, Han Mingyue's reputation of loving money like his life was as famous as his Wind and Moon Pavilion. This Gongzi, our pavilion master, invites Gongzi inside for a chat. When Yili was hesitating whether to continue or not, a young man who looked like a manager walked out, cupping his hands and smiling at Yili. Yili's eyes turned and she said with a smile, Gongzi Mingyue has invited me, this Gongzi is also very fortunate. But, the Wind and Moon Pavilion won't murder for money, right? The young man's mouth twitched, his smile a bit forced. Gongzi is joking. Yili stood up and casually stuffed the banknotes into Ansan's hands. When she stood up again, she brushed her clothes and said with a smile, please lead the way." The young man led Yili and Ensan into the small courtyard behind the gambling house. Light muslin curled around the pavilion by the lake, the pleasant sound of a guqin flowing through. Pavilion master. Withdraw. Why doesn't this gongzi come in for a chat? The sound of the guqin paused and a low and pleasant male voice came from the pavilion. Yili slightly raised her eyebrows when she heard it. Seeing the young man respectfully withdraw, Yili said with a smile, "The pavilion master of the Wind and Moon Pavilion has invited me, this one is very fortunate." Finishing, she gave Ensan a look to stay outside and went forward to lift the layers of muslin curtains to walk in. In the pavilion, a handsome man dressed in dark red brocade robes was lazily leaning against the zither table. His handsome face was filled with an evil charm. Seeing Yili come in, he raised his eyebrows and smiled. "I didn't expect that the one who could defeat Rume would be such a young master. What a rare young hero. May I dare to ask Gongzi's honorable surname and great given name?" Yili laughed and said, "How could I dare? A mere surname of Chu, Junwei. Chu Junwei. Good name. It's just that, this humble one has never heard of any young master surnamed Chu in the Chu state who has such a bearing. If you are from the Weiling Chu clan, you don't look like someone from the Weiling," Han Mingyue said as she stared at Yili. Yili did not mind. She casually found a place to sit down and said with a smile, "We are just a small family. We do not dare to trouble young Master Mingyue to listen to us." Han Mingyue snorted and said, "A small family. This young master doesn't look like one." Yili waved her fan and smiled calmly. "What's so strange about that? This humble one also doesn't look like the legendary young Master Mingyue." "Oh." Han Mingyue raised her eyebrows with interest, but a sharp light flashed in her eyes. "I wonder what the young Master Mingyue you have heard of is like." Yili smiled and said, "I have heard that young Master Mingyue is elegant and extraordinarily handsome. He is a rare fine young master in the world." Han Mingyue frowned in apparent dissatisfaction. Could it be that this young master has disappointed young Master Chu? Yili lowered her eyebrows and smiled. From what this humble one knows, young Master Mingyue would definitely not sit like this in front of strangers. Looking at the handsome man kneeling beside the zither table with a lazy and devilish air, Yili could not help but sigh in her heart. In terms of appearance, the brothers Han Mingyue and Han Mingxi were at least 80% alike. If they could really fool others, it would not be impossible to fool them. However, the person in front of her clearly had no intention of concealing himself. Or perhaps he did not think that a 13 or 14-year-old stranger had seen Han Mingyue in person. Unfortunately, not only had she seen Han Mingyue, but she had also seen Han Mingxi. It seems that young Master Chu is certain that this young master is not Han Mingyue. Han Mingxi stood up and stared at Yili with a cold gaze. Yili smiled and said, "Young master, why are you so angry? You tricked this humble one into coming here in the name of young Master Mingyue. Shouldn't I be the one who should be angry?" Han Mingxi sneered. "Young Master Chu, why are you putting on an act? Didn't you spend so much money in the Bright Moon Inn to attract the attention of the inn master? Why don't you tell this young master now? Perhaps this young master will agree to your request if I am in a good mood." Yili raised her eyebrows. "Young master, can you make the inn master of the Wind and Moon Inn? Or, can you make the Tianyi Pavilion's decision?" As soon as the words Tianyi Pavilion came out, Han Mingxi's gaze immediately shot toward Yili like a sword. His devilish handsome face suddenly became a bit colder. "Who are you?" There were many people in the world who knew about the Tianyi Pavilion, and even more people who knew about the Wind and Moon Inn. However, not many people knew that the inn master of the Wind and Moon Inn and the Tianyi Pavilion were the same person. Yili lowered her head and said, "Young master, before you ask me, you should at least tell me if I can make the decision or not." What if you can't make the decision after I've spent so much effort talking to you? Wouldn't that be a waste of each other's time? Han Mingxi glared at Yi Li and snorted. Han Mingyue is not in Jiangnan right now. Whether it is the Wind and Moon Inn or the Tianyi Pavilion, I can make the decision. Do you understand? Yi Li clapped her hands and said with a smile, "That's good. Young master, may I know your name?" Han Mingxi. Han Mingxi gritted his teeth. Of course, he wouldn't tell her what his nickname was. After all, the title of Young Master Feng Yu was not a good one for both men and women. Yi Li raised a hand to rub between her brows and said in a low voice, "So you are Young Master Mingyu's brother? No wonder you look so similar to Young Master Mingyu. You've seen my big brother." Han Mingxi stared at her and asked with a frown. Yi Li didn't change her expression and said with a smile, "Well, I saw Young Master Mingyu once when he was young. I have a good memory and have always admired Young Master Mingyu's elegance." Han Mingxi curled his lips. His big brother was indeed quite famous when he was young. However, that was in the Chu capital, so the people of Jiangnan didn't know much about him. However, was this young man in front of him 5 years old? Yi Li didn't care what Han Mingxi was thinking. "I've come from afar and you won't even give me a cup of tea. This is not how you treat a guest." Han Mingxi stared at her for a moment and then slowly pulled out a sinister smile. "If you want to drink tea, you can. If you have something to ask of me, you can. But you'll have to defeat me first." Yi Li looked at Young Master Feng Yu, who was staring at her with a provocative expression, and secretly found it funny. Of course, she knew that Han Mingyue wasn't in Jiangnan right now. She even knew where Han Mingyue had gone. Although Han Mingyue and Han Mingxi were brothers, Han Mingxi was clearly much easier to deal with than Han Mingyue. For various reasons, Yi Li didn't want to meet Han Mingyue. What does Young Master Han want to bet? Han Mingxi raised his eyebrows and smiled. "I won't take advantage of you. Weren't you very powerful just now? Let's bet on the dice and see who's bigger." Yi Li raised her eyebrows and didn't object. "Okay." Chapter 164. Han Mingxi smiled in satisfaction. "Good, straightforward. If you can beat this young master, no matter what request you have, this young master will help you." Yi Li smiled and said, "That won't be necessary. I'm not the type to ask for exorbitant prices. Even if I have a request, I won't let Young Master Han suffer a loss. After all, doing business requires mutual benefits to last long, don't you think so?" "Interesting." Han Mingxi smiled and said, "What if you lose?" Yi Li said, "If I lose, then pretend I didn't mention today's matter. In addition, the 210,000 taels of silver I won at your restaurant will be the bet." "One round to determine the winner?" Han Mingxi asked. "Please." Yi Li raised her hand and gestured. Han Mingxi flicked his sleeve, and the guqin on the table flew out and landed on a nearby cabinet. Han Mingyue took out a set of dice and placed it on the table. She said proudly, "You can test the dice first." Yi Li shook her head and pushed the dice cup back. She smiled and said, "This one believes in Breeze and Moon Pavilion and Young Master Han's reputation. After you, Young Master Han." Han Mingxi pursed his lips. "Are we going to see who's big or who's small?" Yi Li thought for a moment and said, "Big." Han Mingxi snorted lightly. He picked up the dice cup on the table and put the dice inside. Then, he slowly began to shake the dice. Yi Li leisurely admired Han Mingxi's movements as he shook the dice. She couldn't help but say that it was very pleasing to the eye. The dice cup in his hand was like a magic trick. Finally, he slammed it heavily on the table. Han Mingxi raised his eyebrows at Yi Li. He didn't even look at the dice cup. Yili calmly looked at the dice on the table. The original 3 dice had become 6. 3.5 dice cut diagonally in the middle. They neatly formed 6 pyramids on the table. Young Master Han, you have good inner strength. 33 points. Han Mingxi was clearly in a good mood. He looked at Yili with a smile on his face. It seems that this can't be used anymore. Young Master Chu can use a new one. I believe that young Master Chu wouldn't copy someone else's wisdom, right? Yili looked calm. She calmly took a new set of ivory dice from Han Mingxi and threw them into the dice cup. Unlike Han Mingxi's variety of shaking methods, Yili only held the dice cup and shook it according to the rules. Even her speed couldn't be considered fast. It was quiet in the pavilion. Only the sound of the dice being shaken and colliding could be heard. However, Han Mingxi's relaxed smile gradually turned serious. Even his body, which was leaning lazily, straightened up and stared at Yili's calm face. He actually couldn't hear the number that the dice could get. However, he wasn't too worried about winning or losing. 33 points was the highest number that could be rolled. Unless the youth in front of him imitated his methods, he wouldn't be able to win against him. Pang! Yili placed the dice cup back on the table. She looked at Han Mingxi with a smile and said, "Young Master Han, do you want to guess how many points it is?" Han Mingxi gave her a disdainful look and said, "You can't win against this young master no matter how many points it is. Open it. Let this young master see just how strong young Master Chu is." Yili raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "Young Master Han is right." She slowly opened the dice cup. The 3 dice were perfectly intact on the table. But, the 3 dice were all placed on the table with one corner tip, and the other inclined side leaned against each other. Each dice had 2 sides facing up. These 2 sides happened to be 5 and 6. In other words, Yili also had 33 points. Yili said with a faint smile, 33 points. It's a draw. Young Master Han, what do you think? Han Mingxi stared at her. After a while, he said in a deep voice, "You win. Tell me what you want." With a wave of his hand, the dice cup and the 3 dice were sent to the treasure cabinet on the side. Han Mingxi raised his voice and said, "Serve the tea." In the pavilion, Yili was tasting the best quality tea that had just been served with satisfaction. The Wind and Moon Pavilion was indeed the best place in the world to enjoy life. Even the tea here was comparable to the tribute from the palace. Han Mingxi stared at Yili with a deep gaze. "Young Master Chu, can you tell me why you're looking for the Tianyi Pavilion's master now?" Yili put down the teacup and said with a faint smile, "It's actually not a big deal. I'm going to Nanjiang in the near future, so I need some information. Since the Tianyi Pavilion claims to be the best intelligence organization in Dechu State, I have no choice but to shamelessly ask for your help." Han Mingxi's expression softened after being flattered by someone who was on par with him. He snorted softly and said, "Young Master Chu, you're quite well informed since you know the relationship between the Wind and Moon Pavilion and the Tianyi Pavilion. Why would you need the Tianyi Pavilion's help?" Yili smiled helplessly and said, "Knowing this was just an accident. I hope young Master Han doesn't blame me for being presumptuous. Of course, since the Tianyi Pavilion sells intelligence for a living, I'll certainly pay the Tianyi Pavilion satisfaction." Han Mingyue narrowed his almond-shaped eyes. He leaned back and looked at Yili leisurely. "Oh. Satisfy the Tianyi Pavilion. It seems young Master Chu is very confident in yourself." Yili smiled and said, "I believe that since the Tianyi Pavilion is open for business, you won't ask for a sky-high price, right?" "Humph. Young Master Chu, you're not planning to use the money you won from the Wind and Moon Pavilion to pay the Tianyi Pavilion, are you?" "I wouldn't dare. I happen to own 2 shops in Guangling City. Although they are newly opened, I'm sure young Master Han will be interested in them. Yili calmly drank her tea and looked at Han Mingxi with a smile. Han Mingxi frowned slightly. His slightly devilishly handsome face inadvertently gave off a seductive aura. Although Yili wasn't affected by him, it didn't stop her from praising him in her heart. She clearly looked very similar to Han Mingyue, but their temperaments were too different. Young Master Chu, are you talking about the fragrance shop called Aromatic Elegance Pavilion that opened on Xuanwu Street half a year ago? Han Mingxi asked with an obvious probing tone. Yili nodded and said, that's right. I'm sure young Master Han knows how much money the Fragrant Elegance Pavilion can make. As long as young Master Han can provide me with information that satisfies me, I'll give you the money. If you can provide me with the information you need, I can give young Master Han 20% of the Aromatic Elegance Pavilion's profits every year. Every year. Han Mingxi raised his eyebrows and said, then can I understand that young Master Chu is talking about long-term cooperation? The Aromatic Elegance Pavilion does make a lot of money, but it doesn't seem to be enough to become a long-term partner of the Tianyi Pavilion. Of course, he knew about the Aromatic Elegance Pavilion. In fact, the fragrance he was currently using came from the Aromatic Elegance Pavilion. Ever since he started using the Aromatic Elegance Pavilion's fragrance, other fragrances were no longer attractive to him. The Aromatic Elegance Pavilion had only opened in Guangling City for half a year, but its popularity had already surpassed all the old cosmetics and fragrance shops in Guangling City. However, because the price was more than 3 times more expensive than the ordinary shops, it wasn't very popular among ordinary people. However, Han Mingxi was sure that at least 70% of the noble ladies in Guangling City used the Aromatic Elegance Pavilion's fragrance. If the Aromatic Elegance Pavilion was willing to lower its price, it was only a matter of time before it dominated the fragrance industry. Yili smiled and shook her head. Young Master Han, do you know who's the easiest to earn money from in this world? Chapter 165. Han Mingxi furrowed his brows. Of course it's the rich merchants. The Breeze and Moon restaurant's astonishing annual income was provided by these rich merchants. Yili waved the hand holding the folding fan and smiled. No, it's women. Women. Han Mingxi snorted. Women had no source of income and were completely dependent on men. Thus, they were destined to be unable to spend money as recklessly as men. Moreover, there were very few women who could be as generous as men. Yili sighed softly and played with the folding fan in her hand absent-mindedly. She smiled and said, in this world, there are more women than men. However, not all men like to eat, drink, whore, and gamble, but all women are destined to be young and beautiful. Even for the female soldiers in her previous life, even if they did not lose to men on the battlefield, their first choice would always be clothing and cosmetic stores. Han Mingxi's heart skipped a beat. He did not have his brother's astonishing talent and acumen when it came to business, nor was he obsessed with money. However, this did not mean that he was an idiot. Naturally, he understood some of the meaning behind her words. Han Mingxi gave Yili a look that signaled her to continue. He reached out his hand and poured tea for himself and Yili. It was clear that he was interested in this topic. Yili did not mind. The fragrance formula of the Aromatic Elegance Pavilion is absolutely confidential. It is not something that can be made by just any cosmetic store. To be honest, I don't really like the quality of the cosmetics and fragrances in Dechu State. I believe that young Master Han is also not satisfied, right? Han Mingxi furrowed his brows. He did not feel anything. However, ever since the Aromatic Elegance Pavilion appeared, he felt that the fragrances he used in the past were not that good. Although he privately had people who made their own fragrances, the time and energy spent on them far exceeded the value of the fragrances themselves. Occasionally, he would give the fragrances from the Aromatic Elegance Pavilion to his female friends. Those beautiful ladies also clearly showed their preference for the fragrances from the Aromatic Elegance Pavilion. Han Mingxi didn't want to admit that he might have indirectly attracted a lot of customers for the Aromatic Elegance Pavilion. Yili looked at Han Mingxi with satisfaction as he lowered his head in thought. She continued, although there is only one Aromatic Elegance Pavilion in Guangling City, from Sir Han's perspective, it is impossible for me to open one in every large and medium-sized city in Dechu State. Perhaps, including Xiling, Northern Tribes, and Nanjiang, or even places further away. After all, where there were women, there was no need to worry about not being able to sell. What do you think? Han Mingxi felt that he was a little frightened by this young boy who was obviously not even 15 years old. He believed that if his brother who loved money as much as his life was here, he would have a lot to talk about with him. Opening a Aromatic Elegance Pavilion in each town seemed to be a great idea. Han Mingxi started to imagine if he could open a Breeze and Moon restaurant in each town, then, I advise young Master Han not to think that way. Otherwise, I'm afraid young Master Mingyue will be angry. Seeing Han Mingxi holding his chin and looking outside the pavilion with shining eyes, Yili guessed what he was thinking. She quickly stopped him. The Breeze and Moon restaurant could only become the #1 restaurant in the world because it was unique. If he opened it everywhere, it wouldn't be so wonderful. She didn't believe that Han Mingyue didn't open brothels in other places. It was just that they weren't that famous. Moreover, the brothel business didn't require much skill. Perhaps one could become a leader in it, but it was hard to say that one could completely dominate it. Cosmetics and spices are consumables, but the Breeze and Moon restaurant, that's for entertainment. Aren't the two completely different? But I think that we can cooperate on this point. Han Mingxi was just being impulsive. If he really opened a Breeze and Moon restaurant all over the Dechu state, he probably wouldn't be able to stand it and run away. Hearing Yi Li's words, he didn't have any objections. He raised his eyebrows to show that he was all ears. Yi Li said with a smile, for example, the spices and cosmetics used by the ladies of the Breeze and Moon restaurant can be purchased from the Fragrant Elegance Pavilion. What does young Master Han think? As a show of sincerity for our first cooperation, I can give young Master Han a special fragrance that will be provided for free for an unlimited period of time. How about it? Han Mingxi pondered for a moment. He raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, young Master Chu is so sincere. If I don't agree, wouldn't I be pushing the business out of the door? Very good. What information does young Master Chu need? I think it will make young Master feel that it's worth it. Yi Li nodded with satisfaction, very good. Then why don't young Master Han prepare first? I also need to make some preparations. Let's meet again in a few days and sign a contract. It's a deal. Leaving the Breeze and Moon restaurant, Ensan finally let out a sigh of relief when they returned to an inconspicuous small courtyard in Guangling City where the 5 of them were temporarily staying. In front of his brothers who were looking at him strangely, Ensan expressionlessly took out a thick stack of silver banknotes and threw it on the table. An heir who was responsible for managing the silver raised his eyebrows in shock. Where did you get so much banknotes? They had only brought 20,000 taels out of Jing. This Wang Fei took Xiao San out for a walk and it was 10 times that. And San looked at Yi Li who was sitting on the side and drinking tea with a fan. He said woodenly, we won it at the gambling house. Finishing, he looked with lingering fear at Yi Li and said, young master, this subordinate didn't think that we would be able to walk out safely from there. Yi Li glanced at him and said with a smile, don't worry. If the Breeze and Moon restaurant makes trouble for us for a mere 200,000 taels, then it won't be very good. A mere 200,000 taels? Even if the Breeze and Moon restaurant earned 200,000 taels a day, it definitely wasn't a small amount. Breeze and Moon Restaurant. An air, and Ensan's lips twitched. They all decided to forget about this matter. They were Wang Fei's shadow guards, so they definitely would not tell the prince that Wang Fei had taken Ensan to a brothel. Yili wasn't in a hurry to find Han Mingxi. If she wanted to completely cover her tracks, she needed intelligence from Nanjiang. In reality, Yili hadn't planned on finding Tianyi Pavilion. Even though Han Mingxi and Han Mingyue seemed to be easy to get along with, even though she had only met them once, Yili knew that Han Mingyue, that gentle Gongzi, was more than 10 times harder to deal with than his flower thief younger brother. If she didn't know that Han Mingyue wasn't in Dechu state recently, Yili definitely wouldn't have come into contact with Han Mingxi. However, even though Han Mingxi didn't seem very reliable, Tianyi Pavilion's intelligence network was still very fast. When Yili had just finished walking around Guangling City, Han Mingxi had already come to her door. Seeing Han Mingxi, who was wearing a dark red robe and constantly exuding a seductive aura, leisurely sitting in the parlor and teasing the servant girl who brought tea over, Yili waved her hand to dismiss the red-faced servant girl. She said with a smile, "Not seeing you for a few days, young Master Han is still as elegant as ever." Han Mingxi said with a smile, "Not at all. But young Master Chu, do you find the spring scenery of Guangling pleasing to your eyes?" Yili didn't expect Han Mingxi to not send people to monitor her. She wasn't angry and smiled calmly. "The ancient capital of 3 dynasties, the scenery is picturesque. How can it not be pleasing to my eyes?" Han Mingxi said with a smile, "Speaking of which, young Master Chu forgot something a few days ago. I happened to be here today, so I brought it over. It will also show my sincerity in cooperating." Chapter 166. Yili raised her eyebrows in confusion and looked at Han Mingxi, who was smiling maliciously. Han Mingxi raised his hand and clapped lightly. Not long after, a beautiful woman dressed in purple appeared at the door. This lowly concubine Rume greets young master and young Master Chu. This woman was Miss Rume, who was the banker at the gambling house a few days ago. Yili suddenly had a bad feeling. "Young Master Han, this is..." Han Mingxi opened his folding fan with a swoosh. Half of his handsome face was hidden behind the folding fan. He smiled and said, "The rules of the Wind and Moon House are that whoever wins gets to be the banker. Young Master Chu's gambling skills are superb and even Rume is convinced." From today onwards, Rume was no longer a member of the Wind and Moon Inn, nor was she a member of the Wind and Moon Inn. She belongs to young Master Chu. If young Master Chu likes her, you can take her as a concubine. If you don't like her, she can be a servant girl who serves tea, does the laundry, and cooks. Seeing Han Mingxi smiling ambiguously and winking at her, Yili felt a headache coming on. Young Master Han is too polite. I was just lucky. Besides, I didn't bet with Miss Rume alone. I didn't win against her. Therefore, you should take Miss Rume back." Han Mingxi closed her fan and casually tapped her palm. "Does young Master Chu mean that you don't like Rume?" Hearing Han Mingxi's words, Miss Rume's charming face turned pale. She looked at Yili with hidden bitterness and stood to the side with her head lowered, silently crying. Yili glared at Han Mingxi unhappily. "Young Master Han, since everyone is sincere, why do you have to tease me like this? I have a strict upbringing. I can only thank young Master Han for his good intentions." Han Mingxi sighed and looked at Yili with a face full of resentment. "Your heart is like iron. Forget it. Rume, it seems that young Master Chu really doesn't think highly of you. You may leave." Rume snorted softly. She stomped her foot and glared hatefully at Yili before turning around and leaving. Yili smiled bitterly in her heart. If she really did send a brothel girl back, not to mention how her grandfather and uncle would react, even Mo Xiaoyao would fly into a rage. Mo Xiaoyao. Yili sighed softly in her heart as she recalled the sadness in his eyes when he left, even though he tried his best to hide it. Is young Master Chu thinking of someone? Han Mingxi propped up his chin and stared curiously at Yili. If he wasn't mistaken, he saw some sort of longing or worry in this shrewd and mysterious youth's eyes. Is young Master Han here to discuss such private matters with this one? Yili glanced at him and asked indifferently. Han Mingxi shrugged and frowned indifferently. I have nothing to do now. There's no harm in talking about it. That's perfect. Why don't young Master Han also talk about his romantic past? I've been interested in dialogue books recently. Why don't I write one and call it The Biography of Young Master Feng Yu? Yili smiled from the corner of her eyes. You're indeed very boring, Han Mingxi muttered. Since Chu Junwei knew about the relationship between the Wind and Moon Pavilion and the Tianyi Pavilion, then it wasn't so strange that he knew that young Master Ming Yu's younger brother, Han Mingxi, was the infamous young Master Feng Yu. However, he didn't look down on him like most people would when he knew about his reputation. Han Mingxi felt that this person was rather interesting. We're considered acquaintances. Young Master coming and going, that's boring. Why don't we just address each other by name? I'll call you Junwei. You can just call me Mingxi. Yili blinked lightly. Junwei. Mingxi. Why did she feel that this name was a bit strange? Brother Han. Yili stared at him warningly, reminding him that it was time to get down to business. All right, Junwei, are you shy? Han Mingxi blinked his seductive eyes and smiled. Before Yili flared up, he put on a serious expression and said, I've roughly found the things you want. However, you also know that we're in the Dechu state. Most of the people you want to investigate are in Nanjiang. Thus, I only have a portion here. The rest will be delivered to you after you enter Nanjiang. However, I'm rather curious. Junwei, you're still young. Why would you want to go to Nanjiang for no reason? Even if you're going to travel, there doesn't seem to be a need to investigate the Nanzhao imperial family and the saintess of Nanjiang. Yili's expression didn't change as she said, to tell you the truth, I'm going to Nanjiang to search for a medicine. This medicine seems to have something to do with the Nanzhao imperial family and Nanjiang. Han Mingxi raised his eyebrows and said somewhat jokingly, Junwei, you're generous, and I'm not stingy. What medicine do you want? Just tell me and I'll have someone get it for you. Why do you have to come all the way here? Don't tell me you want Nanjiang's treasure, the hidden Luoming flower. Yili nodded seriously. That's right. The smile on Han Mingxi's face froze. He sighed helplessly. You're also. The hidden Luoming flower is Nanjiang's treasure. It's personally guarded by the saintess of Nanjiang. Not to mention ordinary people, even the Nanzhao king may not be able to take it. Junwei, are you sure you want to go? Yili nodded firmly. If not, why would I pay such a high price to buy information from the Tianyi Pavilion? The trip to Nanjiang is imperative, so I'll have to trouble Brother Han to help me prepare the information. Otherwise, if I don't come back, you'll have one less business partner. As far as I know, although the hidden Luoming flower is said to have the effect of bringing the dead back to life, I don't know if anyone has used it to bring the dead back to life. However, I do know that the people who want to take it have all died. Is Junwei someone you want to take it from? Han Mingxi asked worriedly. What kind of disease or poison is it? Maybe I can help you find out if there's any other way. Seeing Han Mingxi so worried, Yili felt a little guilty. She hurriedly said, no need. I'm just doing my best. If I really can't do it, I won't take the risk to die. Han Mingxi nodded and said, it's good that you think so. Nanjiang is not like the Central Plains. Even our Tiani pavilion can't do anything in the southern border. That's right. You're right. I understand. Thank you, Brother Han. Yili nodded and took out a delicate glass bottle from a box on the table. It was half filled with a light green liquid. This is what I promised Brother Han. I hope Brother Han will be satisfied. Han Mingxi took it curiously. Once he opened the glass bottle, an elegant fragrance of flowers floated out and filled the hole. Han Mingxi said happily, "This is the fragrance of orchids. Although this smell doesn't seem to suit Brother Han's taste, we can only make do with it for now." Yili didn't quite understand why a man would make himself so fragrant. However, she still decided to respect the personal preferences of her new business partner. Han Mingxi didn't care at all. He held the glass bottle and couldn't put it down. How can it be? It's really great. Thank you, Junwei. The cosmetics and fragrances for the Wind and Moon Pavilion and the Aromatic Elegance Pavilion that Junwei mentioned before are settled. In the future, all the cosmetics and fragrances for the Wind and Moon Pavilion will be ordered from the Aromatic Elegance Pavilion. Yili nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you, Brother Han." Chapter 167. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. We can be considered to be mutually beneficial. Junwei, can you give me something with a stronger scent next time? This seems to be much better than other fragrances. If we sell it in the Fragrant Elegance Pavilion, we'll definitely make more money. Yili's mouth twitched. This isn't easy to get. Including the bottle in Brother Han's hand, there are only 5 bottles in the Fragrant Elegance Pavilion. Also, Brother Han, I actually have a question I've always wanted to ask. Ask whatever you want. This brother will tell you everything he knows. Having received such a good item, Han Mingxi's mood was rarely good. He waved his hand without a care. Yili looked at him. With your occupation, is it really convenient to make such a fragrant smell? If it was an ordinary household, it would be fine. If the flower was picked in a heavily guarded or martial arts household, as long as their nose wasn't broken, wouldn't they be able to smell it? Han Mingxi stared blankly. It took him a while to understand what Yili meant by occupation. He unhappily glared at her. You're still a little brat. You don't understand the elegance of a man. You don't know how much the beauties like this young master's fragrance. Yili was speechless. Did he think she had never seen a man before? The 5 brothers of the Su family, as well as Mo Xiuyao, Feng Zhiyao, and Mo Jingli. At most, they would only put some faint fragrances on their clothes, such as dragonfly, musk, or sandalwood. Probably because Mo Xiuyao stayed in the study for a long time, he only had a faint ink fragrance. She had never seen a man use such a showy fragrance. Why didn't he make himself into a big incense burner? After promising to see if she could concoct better fragrances for him when she returned from Nanjiang, she sent off the reluctant Han Mingxi. Yili then sat down to look at the things Han Mingxi had sent over. Young master, when are we leaving for Nanjiang? Dark 3 and Dark 4 fiddled with the things that Yili had just bought, while looking at Yili who was sitting on the side looking at files. Yili didn't even raise her head as she stared at the file in her hand and said, "The matters in Guangling are more or less settled. We will leave the day after tomorrow. Take a look at these things as well." Casually tossing out a few pieces of paper, Dark 1 and Dark 2 caught them and sat down on the side to read them attentively. "Also, I'll be leaving the day after tomorrow. Only one of you can come with me." The 4 people simultaneously stopped what they were doing and looked in shock at Yili's calm face. Wang Fei. Gongzi, this. Yi said with a frown. Nanjiang couldn't compare to the Central Plains. They were unfamiliar with the place and it was too dangerous for the princess consort to bring only one person. Yili looked up at them with a smile and said, "Don't you think the 5 of us are very eye-catching?" The people of southern border are very xenophobic. I'm afraid that our group will be targeted as soon as we enter southern border. But it's too dangerous for young master to bring only one person. If something happens. And San said. Do you not believe in me or do you not believe in yourselves? Yili asked with a raised brow. The four people looked at each other and couldn't say anything to refute. Yili said with a smile, all right, it's decided. And San will come with me. And see, you stay behind and secretly watch Wind and Moon Restaurant. If Han Mingyue comes back or makes any movements, immediately send a message to me. Be careful and don't let him find you. And go to Shattered Snow Pass and find a way to infiltrate the military camp. If I don't send a message to you, you don't need to pay attention to anything else. No matter if you see any of us or the people in the Wangfu, just pretend you don't know. Secretly pay attention to the situation in Ling Province. And set out tonight and take my token to Nanjiang to find Dage. After you find him, just follow him. The four people saw that Yili had already planned this and could only nod in agreement. Yili smiled at them, unless it's absolutely necessary, you're not allowed to contact Jing. I think, you all know what it means to be absolutely necessary, right? The four people helplessly agreed. And San had a bitter expression and drooped his head. The other three people also looked at him with sympathy. He would definitely be cut to pieces by the prince. Yili didn't have the mind to pay attention to the feelings of her subordinates. She stared at the file on the Saintess of Nanjiang and pondered. The Saintess of Nanjiang wasn't like she thought before, with no real power. On the contrary, the Saintess of Nanjiang had a considerable influence on Nanzhao's political affairs. In some aspects, she was even more influential than the Nanzhao royal family. However, the Saintess couldn't marry and have children. Every time a new Saintess appeared, the previous Saintess had to enter the Nanjiang sacred land to protect the hidden Luoming flower. She couldn't take a step out of the sacred land and couldn't see outsiders. So the threat to the royal power wasn't that sharp. The current Saintess was called Shu Manlin, 23 years old this year. According to Nanjiang's rules, the Saintess had to abdicate at the age of 28 at the latest. Yili frowned. She secretly guessed that the reason the Saintess of Nanjiang wanted to rebel was because of this. After all, a 28-year-old young woman who had enjoyed supreme honor was locked in some unknown sacred land. Moreover, she wasn't allowed to see outsiders. No matter who it was a very cruel thing. Gongzi, are we really going to get the hidden Luoming flower? And San saw Yili staring at the file on the Saintess of Nanjiang and couldn't help but ask curiously. Yili casually replied, if we can get it, naturally it's good to get it. However, the affairs of Nanjiang still come first. Finally, she first asked whether the hidden Luoming flower was useful to Mo Xiuyao's body. Then she decided whether to go get it or not. Nanjiang had been a barbarian land since ancient times. Its customs were very different from the Central Plains. Its territory was full of poisonous insects, poisonous grass, fierce birds and beasts. The people of the Central Plains avoided it like the plague. 1,000 years ago, Nanjiang and the Central Plains were one. It was called Kuei Province in ancient times. In the late years of the previous dynasty, Nanzhao's royal family rose and established Nanzhao State. After that, Emperor Taizu established the Chu State and fought all his life. When Emperor Taizong was free, Nanzhao State had been established for over 100 years. Its foundation was stable. The Central Plains also urgently needed to recuperate after several decades of war. Nanjiang was officially independent of the Chu State's territory. Shattered Snow Pass was located at the border between Nanjiang and the Chu State's Yong Province. Although the two countries were at war, the people on the border still traded with each other. 30 li behind Shattered Snow Pass, Yonglin City often saw Nanjiang people dressed strangely going in and out. Yonglin City wasn't big. Because it was 200 li away from Yong Province's capital, Yong Province City, it didn't look prosperous. Apart from the people in the crowd who were obviously of different races, this place was just like an ordinary small town. Yili stood on the street that wasn't very wide. Looking at the peaceful people coming and going, she smiled faintly in her heart. In such an era, living in such a small border city, it was indeed very rare to have such peace and harmony. Or it should be said that the ability of the common people to adapt to life and the environment was always unexpected. And San stood next to Yili with his sword. He looked strangely at his master standing at the door of the inn and smiling strangely instead of going in. Gongzi, there don't seem to be many inns in Yonglin City. This one is already the best. Yili glanced at him and shook her head with a smile. Go in. It's not that I don't like the inn. After saying that, he took the lead and stepped into the seemingly simple and crude inn. And San raised an eyebrow. He also felt that Wang Fei wouldn't dislike the environment for being too bad. After all, there were times when they didn't reach the next town on the road. Sometimes, they would sleep in the wilderness. Also, when they were in Jing, there were places under Black Cloud Peak that even the Shadow Guard didn't want to set foot in, but Wang Fei went in without blinking. Chapter 168. Entering the inn, compared to the magnificent inns in the Chu capital and Guangling City, this small inn couldn't even be considered a third-rate inn. However, this was indeed the best inn in Yonglin City. There were only 7 or 8 tables in the lobby. At this time, 3 of the tables were already occupied. An old shopkeeper had his head down as he calculated the accounts at the counter. Although Yili was wearing a simple cotton dress, her age, appearance, and temperament, as well as the imposing San following behind her with a sword in his arms, attracted everyone's attention in the inn. At this time, whether it was sightseeing or doing business, it wasn't a good time, so the inn seemed a bit deserted. Yili walked to the counter and lightly knocked twice. The old shopkeeper trembled as he raised his head to look at Yili and San for a long time before asking, "Does young master want to stay?" Yili smiled, "Not staying, are we here to drink tea?" The old shopkeeper smiled and said, "What is young master's name? How many rooms do you want?" "Chu, 2 upper rooms." The old shopkeeper called the waiter to bring the 2 to the room upstairs. After sending the waiter away, San skillfully checked the entire room. In this kind of small inn, even the upper rooms wouldn't be spacious or gorgeous. It was just a bed, a wardrobe, and a screen separating the tables and chairs outside. San stood by the door and watched Yili skillfully arrange her things. She frowned and asked, "Young master, when are we going to Nanjiang?" Yili put down her luggage and came out from behind the screen. She pointed to a chair on the side and indicated for San to sit. She smiled and said, "This kind of thing can't be rushed. I think we need a guide." For people who entered Nanjiang for the first time, it was simply playing with their lives if they didn't do enough homework. And Yili didn't like to take risks if it wasn't necessary. Guide? San didn't understand. Yili smiled and said, "Nanjiang is too mysterious for us in the Middle Earth. We're not familiar with the place and it's not easy to go. Finding a Nanjiang native or someone from the Chu state who is familiar with Nanjiang to lead the way is a good choice." Third Secret frowned, "But bringing an outsider might drag us down." Yili tapped the table absent-mindedly with her fan and said, "That's why we still have to wait. I've already asked someone to find a guide. It's a pity that he seems to be 2 days later than us." Looking at San's puzzled expression, Yili smiled but didn't say anything. Indicating that San could go back to his room to rest, San knew his master's temper. if she didn't want to say it, he wouldn't be able to get an answer even if he racked his brains. She could only get up and return to her room with a gloomy face. Watching Ensan leave with a smile, Yili took out the files sent by the Tianyi Pavilion from her luggage and continued reading. After getting the benefits, Han Mingxi was very reliable. Along the way to the south, she would receive a large amount of information about the southern Xinjiang from the Tianyi Pavilion almost every few days. Yili was already used to reading all the things she received, memorizing them in her mind, and then destroying the evidence. The one in her hand now should be the last one before entering the southern Xinjiang. Along the way, the general situation of the southern Xinjiang also gradually formed an impression in her mind, but how much of it was real would have to be verified after entering the southern Xinjiang. After skimming through the thick file in her hand, Yili calmly burned the file that was filled with handwriting to the ground. Early in the morning, Yili got up early as usual and went downstairs. There were already 2 tables in the lobby downstairs, one of which was Ensan sitting against the wall. Seeing Yili come down, Ensan hurriedly got up. "Gongzi." Yili nodded and smiled. "So early?" Ensan was silent. Usually, with the others together, there was no need to be so early, but right now he was the only one following. Although he knew that the Gongzi wasn't without the ability to protect himself, he still couldn't help but worry. How could Yili not understand his thoughts, smiling helplessly? "Don't be so nervous. If you keep on like this, I'm afraid you'll collapse before we even enter the southern Xinjiang. Does it give you a lot of pressure to follow me?" Ensan shook his head. "No, this subordinate thanks the Gongzi for your trust. It was just that he and the others grew up together. He was only a little older than Ensi, but his temperament wasn't as steady as Ensi's. So he was used to listening to an E and an heir's opinions. Now that he was the only one, it was inevitable that he wasn't used to it." Yili nodded with a smile, sitting down and calling the waiter to order breakfast. "2 Gongzi, are you also planning to go to the southern Xinjiang?" Yili was calling Ensan to eat breakfast and a man at the opposite table stood up and asked. Hearing this, Yili put down the chopsticks in his hand and looked up to size up the person. His figure was tall and sturdy, and his appearance was average. Although he tried his best to show kindness to the two, it was hard to hide the evil aura between his brows. Ensan reached out and grabbed the sword on the table. Yili raised his hand to press down on the sword, inadvertently patting it. Ensan frowned and looked at the person before taking back his hand and lowering his head to continue eating. The two people's actions were naturally seen clearly by the person who came. He didn't mind and smiled. "This brother doesn't need to be nervous. We are also going to the southern Xinjiang, so we wanted to ask if Gongzi wanted to go together." The man pointed to the 3 people at the opposite table and smiled. Yili glanced over there. An old man in his 50s or 60s who looked like a wealthy merchant. His body was covered in gorgeous and expensive clothing, as well as the jade thumb ring on his finger. He also held a gold abacus in his hand. He just didn't write, "I'm very rich, come rob me." Next to him was a middle-aged man who looked like a housekeeper and a sickly young scholar. This kind of combination could definitely be called eye-catching. At first, Yili was a bit worried that she and Ensan would attract too much attention. Only after seeing these people did she realize that she was too much of a disgrace. Speaking of which, those who had the guts to go to the hinterland of the southern Xinjiang weren't trash. Yili looked at Ensan and smiled. "I'm just afraid that we will cause trouble for you." The man smiled. "How could that be? I see that this brother's skills aren't bad. I've also been to the southern Xinjiang a few times. It's very evil. If we have a few more people, we can take care of each other, right?" The man looked at Ensan and then turned his gaze back to Yili. It was clear that Yili was the one who could make the decision, but he couldn't see the depth of the youth in front of him. He could only secretly guess whether or not some family's young master who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth came out to play with his guards. We plan to go to the capital of Nanzhao. There shouldn't be any danger along the way. I wonder who you are. Yili narrowed her eyes and smiled. Her smile was innocent and kind. The man laughed loudly. We are also going to the capital of Nanzhao. Ai's road to the capital of Nanzhao was quite peaceful. However, since last year, it's been a bit mysterious. Our master is going to Nanzhao to do some medicine business. If Gongzi doesn't mind, why don't we go together? The rich merchant sitting across from them glanced at Yili arrogantly. However, the young man with a sickly face smiled and nodded at the two. Yili lowered her eyebrows and smiled. She tactfully declined. I only heard that Nanzhao's scenery is unique. That's why I plan to travel and broaden my horizons. Therefore, I found a guide in advance. It's just that he'll be 2 days late. Seeing Yili refuse, the man didn't force it. He only smiled and said, since it's like this, then I'll have to bother Gongzi. We might as well meet again in the capital of Nanzhao. Yili nodded slightly and watched the man return to the seat across from them. Across from them, the rich merchant scolded the man for being meddlesome and spoke disdainfully to Yili. Yili didn't care and smiled faintly and lowered her head to eat breakfast. Chapter 169. Once the table of guests left, Ensan raised his head and said, Young master, be careful of those people. Yili raised her eyebrows and asked, You know them? Ensan nodded and then shook his head, saying, I know that sickly scholar. Yili looked at Ensan, somewhat curious as to how he could know this sickly scholar who had almost never left the capital. It seems like that sickly scholar's identity isn't simple. Ensan nodded and said, His nickname is Sickly Scholar, no one knows what his real name is. Including Tianyi Pavilion. Yili lowered her head and thought about the sickly scholar she saw just now. He didn't look like a top expert and didn't have anything special about him. How did Ensan see through his identity? Ensan said, he is Xiling Country's Yanwang Chamber's third pavilion master. A few years ago, almost all of the assassin organizations received the mission to assassinate the prince, including Yan Prince. Quite a few of our shadow guard died in his hands. However, he was also hit by Prince's palm and damaged his heart meridian. His original fake illness became a real illness. Did young master notice his right hand just now? Sickly scholar is good at poison. The color of his left hand's fingernails is different from normal people's. Others only think that his body is sick. In fact, he was already like this long before he was injured by Prince. That hand is caused by his years of practicing poison. It's incomparably strange poison. Yili lowered her head and recalled. Sure enough, she remembered that the scholar's left hand that was hidden in his sleeve was slightly exposed when he stood up. It really did seem to be dark red. Refining his own hand into poison. Isn't he afraid of poisoning himself to death? Yili didn't understand and felt that this method was meaningless. A body that was impervious to poison doesn't exist in a sense. It can only be said that some bodies have resistance to most poisons for some reason. If a person with poison all over could live peacefully, then Shenyang wouldn't have to spend so much effort to treat Mo Xiuyao. After breakfast, Yili went out and strolled around Yonglin City. She also learned about the situation of Nanjiang and Shattered Snow Mountain Pass. When she returned in the evening, she saw that the group of 4 were still sitting in the same place eating dinner. Obviously, they didn't leave today. Sickly scholar nodded at Yili and Yili in a friendly manner. Yili nodded back with a smile and prepared to head upstairs. Oh. When did such a fair and tender young master come to Yonglin City? Before Yili even stepped on the stairs, a vulgar voice came from the corner behind her. Yili slightly turned her body and saw a skinny young man dressed in Nanjiang clothes staring at her. His gaze was unbridled and full of lust. Even his small eyes that were like a mouse were full of turbid evil energy. She couldn't help but frown. In her previous life, including the underworld drug lords and terrorists she faced, she had never seen a person that tested a person's bottom line. And San suddenly turned his head and stared at the young man with a cold expression. With a warning gaze and killing intent, as long as this bastard dared to say another word, he would turn him into a ghost under his sword. How could this kind of scoundrel profane the princess of Ding royal estate? That young man obviously took San's warning as a provocation and became more complacent. San's vulgar gaze lingered on Yili's body. At the same time, he didn't forget to arrogantly smile at San. What are you looking at? Did this prince say something wrong? This boy has a powdery face. You Central Plains men all look like women. This boy is more like a woman than a woman. To be honest, Yili's disguise was very successful. Even if she looked prettier than most women, no one would suspect that she was a woman because of her age and bearing. Therefore, San naturally wouldn't waste his breath to say anything to that vulgar man. He directly pulled out his sword. The long sword was unsheathed and it flew straight towards that vulgar man. The other party obviously didn't expect San to attack without saying a word. That vulgar man was stunned for a moment as he saw that a hole was about to be pierced. The person beside him quickly pulled him away and with a wave of his hand, a slender thing pounced towards San. San snorted and the long sword in his hand drew out a sword flower. With two swish sounds, that thing broke into 3 pieces and fell to the ground. Everyone looked over and it turned out to be a poisonous snake. Although they didn't know what species it was, they knew that it was definitely a poisonous snake just by looking at the colorful pattern. San raised his eyebrows in disdain. Since they were going to Nanjiang, how could they not understand the tricks that the people of Nanjiang were used to? Those Nanjiang people's faces changed. Only that vulgar man still hooted, "You have big guts. Do you know who this prince is?" San curled his lips and sneered, "You dare to be so arrogant in the Chu state. Don't tell me you're a prince of Nanzhao. This prince remembers that the king of Nanzhao only has 2 daughters?" That man wanted to say something but he could only swallow his words when he saw the long sword in San's hand. With a face full of anger, he took a few steps back until he was in the middle of the people accompanying him before he hooted, "Kill this boy for me." The people beside him were clearly in a difficult position as they muttered something to that man. Yili stood at the top of the stairs and listened with her eyes lowered. It sounded like the language of a minority in Yungue region in her previous life. And because Yili had been active in Yungue region for many years, she was familiar with the language of the minority in this region. Those followers were clearly trying to persuade their master that they were standing in the Chu state and it wasn't appropriate to kill people in broad daylight. But that vulgar man clearly refused to listen to their advice and insisted on killing San and capturing Yili. After a round of failed communication, the Nanjiang people looked at each other helplessly before surrounding San and Yili. When the people in the hall saw that a fight was about to break out, they all scattered like birds and beasts. Even sickly scholar's table was left with only him and the middle-aged man. That old shopkeeper was so scared that he hid behind the counter and didn't dare to come out. Yili frowned and said, "Throw them out. Don't break other people's things." San happily replied, "Yes, young master. Who is so daring to make our young master Junwei angry?" San was just about to make a move when a lazy voice with a trace of grease sounded from upstairs. Yili raised her head and saw a handsome man in loose dark red robes leaning against the railing upstairs. His every movement was full of flirtatious charm. Evildoer. Glancing at the dumbfounded vulgar man beside her who was drooling, Yili looked with a headache at young Master Feng Yu who was smiling at her. Brother Han, why are you here? Han Mingxi nimbly flipped himself over the railing and lightly landed on the stairs. He smiled and said, after thinking about it, I still don't feel at ease letting Brother Junwei go to such a dangerous place like Nanjiang alone. It just so happens that Junwei also needs a guide, right? Yili couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Brother Han, do you know the way to Nanjiao? You're looking down on me. Han Mingxi looked at Yili plaintively and said, I've been to Nanjiao at least 7 or 8 times. I won't go the wrong way even with my eyes closed. Besides, I can protect Junwei if I follow. Look, I'm only bringing one person out. We haven't even stepped out of the Dechu state and we've already met a lecher. Yili gritted her teeth. Brother Han, I'm a man. Han Mingxi raised his eyebrows in surprise. He covered his mouth with his fan and laughed. Junwei is young and doesn't know any better. Who said that men won't meet lechers? That idiot over there, don't you think so? Chapter 170. That silly and wretched youth over there was already drooling as he nodded his head. Yili felt a wave of disgust as she turned her head to glare at Han Mingxi. She thought that this fellow only liked picking flowers, but it turned out that he liked both men and women. Junwei, don't misunderstand. Even if this elder brother likes both men and women, I still wouldn't fancy this kind of trash. No matter what. It should be a handsome young master like Junwei. Han Mingxi winked at Yili, wanting to reach out and pinch Yili's little face. How could Yili let him have his way? She closed the fan in her hand and slapped his wrist. Han Mingxi's face immediately fell. Han Mingxi slowly walked down the stairs, his phoenix eyes lazily glancing at those southern border people. Do you want to leave by yourselves or do you want this young master to invite you? That wretched youth came forward and said with a smile, Does this young master also want to go to the southern border? This young master is the young master of Lui tribe. How about this young master lead the way for you? He imitated the way the people of the Central Plain spoke. However, when paired with his cloudy, squinted eyes, his skinny body, and his self-confident smile, it really made one's hair stand on end. Yili's lips twitched as she lamented Han Mingxi's luck with women. She then pulled San to her side. Since someone wanted to stand up for her, why should they make a move themselves? Han Mingxi's peach blossom eyes twitched as he spat out a word with an expressionless face, scram. He was dissolute, but it wasn't to the point where he didn't care about men and women. Even if he liked both men and women, he was still picky, okay? This wretched youth who claimed to be the young master of Lui tribe felt that he had been hurt. His original amazement and tenderness for the fairer sex instantly turned into anger. Kill these 2 brats for me and bring them back. Yili was stunned. Just now, they wanted to kill San and bring her back. Now that this evildoer Han Mingxi had appeared, they wanted to kill her and bring Han Mingxi back as well. What kind of situation was this? Han Mingxi's lips curled into a cold smile. Get out of here right now. Or do you want General Murong to personally escort you out? As soon as he said this, a hint of hesitation finally appeared in the wretched young man's eyes. Under the persuasion of the people around him, he snorted and ran out after leaving behind some harsh words. The hall was completely silent. Seeing that there was no fight, the old shopkeeper carefully stood up from the counter and apologized to the only remaining table of customers. Yili walked up the stairs and whispered to San to give the shopkeeper more money as compensation when paying the bill. Han Mingxi chuckled when he heard Yili's words. Junwei is really soft-hearted. That old shopkeeper has been running an inn in Yonglin for decades. What hasn't he encountered? Do you really think he's scared? Yili glanced at him and said indifferently, It's a fact that he drove away his guests because of us. It had nothing to do with whether he was frightened or not. Anne. Brother Han, this is my room. Han Mingxi smiled. Junwei, aren't you going to invite me in for a cup of tea? If you want to drink tea, why didn't you drink it in the hall? Han Mingxi curled his lips in disgust. Drinking tea in that kind of place doesn't suit this young master's taste. I don't want to be poisoned in the middle of drinking. Junwei's luck is pretty good. You just went out and met the sickly scholar that everyone in Jianghu is afraid of. Yili raised her eyebrows and opened the door to let him in. She asked, You know about sickly scholar? What is he doing in Nanjiang? Han Mingxi shrugged and leaned back in his chair with his hands behind his head. He smiled at Yili and said, Who knows? He was almost killed by Prince Ding a few years ago. It was the Yanwang Chamber's great pavilion master who personally came out to save his life. He hasn't come out for several years, and now he suddenly appeared in Nanjiang. Every time that guy appears, there will be rivers of blood. Junwei, don't be fooled by him. It's better to stay away from him. Yili nodded carelessly. Her mind had already turned elsewhere. I don't know him, so I won't provoke him. But Brother Han, don't you need to guard the Wind and Moon Pavilion? How come you have time to come to Nanjiang? Han Mingxi sneered, The Wind and Moon Pavilion doesn't need me to guard it. It's more reassuring for me to guard Junwei. After all, Junwei's Aromatic Elegance Pavilion is the only property that belongs to me. If something happens to Junwei, this young master will lose a lot. While speaking seriously, his seductive phoenix eyes revealed a playful look. Yili looked at him calmly. I have something to do in Nanjiang, so it's not convenient to take Brother Han with me. It's okay. You don't have to take me. I'll just follow Junwei. If Junwei wants to climb a mountain of swords, I won't go down a sea of fire. How about it? Han Mingxi smiled brightly. I'm very useful. Don't you want to use the information of the Tianyi Pavilion? As long as I'm by your side, I can get any information of the Tianyi Pavilion at any time. It's much more convenient than waiting for the information to come to your door. Yili looked at him silently for a long time, then said, I'm afraid that young Master Mingyue will find out that I took his brother into danger and accidentally kill me. At the mention of his brother, Han Mingxi's good mood suddenly became gloomy. He snorted coldly and said, Don't talk to this young master about him. He doesn't even remember that he has a younger brother now. Sooner or later, he will die. Humph. At that time, this young master will go and collect his corpse. Yili's heart skipped a beat. Although she had schemed against Han Mingyue and escaped from him last time, Yili seemed to have an innate vigilance against him. As for Han Mingxi, who looked very similar to him, she didn't have this feeling at all. Perhaps it was because of Han Mingyue's ability to establish the Breeze and Moon Inn and the Tianyi Pavilion by himself. Perhaps it was because of the inexplicable grudge between him and Mo Xiuyao. Perhaps it was because he was the first person who could truly threaten her. Yili calmly looked at the angry Han Mingxi and said indifferently, Since you're worried, just go and take a look. Brother Han, why do you have to follow me everywhere? Not only is it dangerous, but if something happens to young Master Mingyue, Brother Han will regret it. Han Mingxi was startled, but he soon laughed. What can happen to him? There are only a few people in this world who can touch him. Moreover, he doesn't need my help. In his eyes, I'll only cause trouble. Yili rested her chin on her hand and looked at him with a smile. I thought Brother Han and young Master Mingyue were brothers. Han Mingxi snorted and said, In any case, this young master wants to follow you to Nanjiang. Even if you don't want me to, this young master will follow you. As for my big brother, you don't have to worry about him. He won't be back anytime soon, and the Breeze and Moon Inn won't collapse. Yili shrugged indifferently. If she said too much, it would only arouse his suspicions. Since they were going to be together for such a long time, she had to have a way to find out where Han Mingyue went. She hadn't forgotten that Han Mingyue had almost ruined her reputation for a woman related to Mo Xiuyao. Who said she couldn't hold a grudge after apologizing? It was just that she didn't have to rush for revenge. As for using Han Mingxi, Yili glanced at the man who was smiling coquettishly. Who told him to be Han Mingyue's younger brother? Why did he have to bump into her? Chapter 171. Seeing that Yili no longer objected, Han Mingxi was very happy. He happily planned their itinerary. Junwei, I've been to Nanjiang several times. We can go to Tsang Mountain first, then go west along Qingming River. We can see the phoenix flowers and Nanjiang's Lantern Festival, then go to Nanzhao's capital. What do you think? Yili looked at him coldly. I thought that Brother Han knew that we were in a hurry to leave. According to your itinerary, can we reach Nanzhao's capital at the end of May? Han Mingxi immediately withered and said unhappily, in that case, let's go to Nanzhao's capital first. We'll go to the Lantern Festival after Junwei is done. Looking at the pitiful Han Mingxi, Yili felt the veins on her forehead jump with joy. She angrily drove him out. And San stood on the side and looked at Yili with a worried expression. Yili raised her eyebrows and said, what do you want to say? And San frowned and said, Gongzi, Gongzi Han. They didn't know Han Mingxi, but Han Mingyue, as a shadow guard, could become a prince or Wang Fei. They all knew about him. He was a very difficult person to deal with. Since Han Mingxi was Han Mingyue's younger brother, he probably wasn't a good person. More importantly, Han Mingxi's reputation wasn't very good. If Wang Fei stayed with him for a long time, thinking of the consequences, and San couldn't help but tremble. Yili said helplessly, there are advantages and disadvantages to bringing Han Mingxi, but since he has already followed, it won't be easy for us to get rid of him. The Tianyi Pavilion's intelligence network was all over the world. More importantly, there was a kind of person who didn't want to leave. The more you wanted to get rid of him, the more he wanted to pester you. Han Mingxi was obviously this kind of person. Waving her hand, Yili said, don't worry, let's not think about other things now. Let's go to Nanjiang and find Dage first. An heir should have found Big Brother by now, right? And San nodded, an heir is very good at finding people. He walked faster than us and should have already found young Master Su. Yili nodded and said, then take Han Mingxi with you. After entering Nanjiang, pay attention to the clues an heir left behind. Let's meet up with Big Brother first. Yes. When she went downstairs after packing her things in the morning, she saw Han Mingxi sitting in the most conspicuous position in the hall with a coquettish smile. Yili's head started to throb unconsciously. Han Mingxi didn't seem to feel the anger in Yili's eyes at all. He waved to her cheerfully. Junwei, come and have breakfast. Yili walked over and looked at the sumptuous breakfast on the table. She raised her eyebrows and smiled. Brother Han's breakfast is truly exceptionally sumptuous. Han Mingxi waved his hand, not caring that everyone's eyes were on him. He smiled and said, Junwei, you should eat more. When we enter Nanjiang, it won't be so easy to eat such a sumptuous breakfast. Yili wasn't polite and called for San, who came down from behind to eat together. Han Mingxi looked at the silent San and raised his eyebrows. I haven't asked for this brother's name yet. Junwei's bodyguard is quite skilled. Under normal circumstances, Han Mingxi was very self-aware. As the younger brother of the Tianyi Pavilion's master, his vision wasn't low. Although his Qinggong could be said to be one of the best, he was still lacking in martial arts. At least the bodyguard of this new friend should have much better martial arts than him. Yili looked at San and said indifferently, Shui Jing. San raised his head to look at Yili with some surprise. Shui Jing was his real name. After becoming Wang Fei's shadow guard, he usually wouldn't use this name. He hadn't thought that Wang Fei would know. Han Mingxi smiled and said, "So it's Brother Zhua. I'll have to trouble Brother Zhua in the future." And San said indifferently, "I don't dare. Young Master Han is too polite." The group of 3 had just finished eating. And San went to pay the bill. The man who had come up to strike up a conversation yesterday came over again. Beside him was the middle-aged man who looked like a steward. "Young Master Chu, are you also planning to leave?" "This young master is the guide you invited." Yili nodded slightly and didn't speak. The 2 clearly didn't have any intention of speaking. That man didn't feel awkward at all. He smiled and said, "Since young master's people are all here, are we leaving today? If so, we might as well go with you." Han Mingxi lazily fiddled with the breakfast on the table and said, "Why should we go with you? Isn't it better for everyone to go their own ways?" The man smiled and said, "Everyone is going to Nanjiang together. It's safer to take care of each other along the way, isn't it? As far as I know, once we leave Shattered Snow Pass, it seems to be the territory of the Luo Yi tribe. Yesterday, the 2 of you." Yili raised her eyes and looked at the man in confusion. "Since you know that we have offended the young master of the Luo Yi tribe, why do you still insist on going with us?" The man curled his lips and said, "So what if it's the Luo Yi tribe? Although the people of Nanzhao are good at poison, we are not afraid of them." Yili secretly nodded in her heart. "You have the famous sickly scholar by your side. Of course you don't need to be afraid of the poison of Nanjiang." She thought for a moment and nodded. "If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you. I haven't asked for your name." The man laughed heartily and said, "This one is Zheng Kuei. I was originally an escort. Now I'm a guard to make a living. This is my steward. That's my master. And that one." The man who called himself Zheng Kuei looked at the sickly scholar leaning against the wall with his eyes closed and said, "I heard that he's an expert that my master spent a lot of money to invite. But, I can't see how strong he is. His body is very weak." Yili nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Guard Zheng is too polite. If that's the case, let's set off now." Seeing Yili agree, Zheng Kuei was obviously very happy. He laughed and said, "This one will go and inform my master." She looked sideways at Zheng Kuei and the steward who went back to discuss with the rich merchant's master. The rich merchant's master seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied, but he still agreed. Then the 4 of them went back to their rooms to pack their things. Watching the 4 figures go upstairs, Yili faintly glanced at Han Mingxi. Han Mingxi lay on the table and looked at Yili with grievance. "Junwei, what did I do wrong?" Yili snorted softly and looked at him from the corner of her eyes. "Young Master Han, can you be any more low-key?" "Low-key?" Han Mingxi didn't understand. He asked, "I'm not some famous person. Why should I be low-key?" There were very few people who knew that he was young Master Fengyu. Otherwise, they would have been surrounded by those self-proclaimed righteous people. Yili looked at him with a half-smile and said, "It's true that you are low-key, but you have a very high-profile face. Do you think Sickly Scholar has seen young Master Mingyu? Do you think he knows that young Master Mingyu is the head of the Tianyi Pavilion?" Han Mingxi blinked and looked at Yili apologetically. He said in a small voice, that, "My eldest brother is friends with the head of the Yanwang Chamber of Commerce. So, Sickly Scholar has probably seen me before. It seems that he knows that we have recognized him." "That's obviously the case," Yili said expressionlessly. Chapter 172. Why did they invite us along? Han Mingxi asked in a low voice. "If it's because of my identity, he should have greeted me directly. After all, My big brother has a good relationship with the Yanwang Chamber's Chamber of Commerce. Yili shook her head and said, "It shouldn't be. Before you came, they invited me once, but I refused." Han Mingxi rubbed his chin and said, "Sickly scholar's purpose in coming to Nanjiang must not be simple. But why did he come with that rich merchant? Ordinary rich merchants can't invite him. As for the medicinal herbs business, people who do medicinal herbs business won't personally come to Nanjiang in March or April. Dechu State and Nanjiang had a lot of exchanges because of Nanjiang's rare medicinal herbs. But looking at Yonglin City's desolate appearance, it was clear that it was not the time to do medicinal herbs business." Yili held her forehead and said, "Do you think that someone who dares to be with sickly scholar is an ordinary rich merchant?" Han Mingxi raised his eyebrows. "Is there a problem?" Yili was silent for a moment. "I can't see it for now." But since they were shaken, they must figure out whether it was a coincidence or deliberate. The group quickly met at the entrance of the inn, then they left the city and went to Shattered Snow Pass. What surprised Yili was that the rich merchant looked like he had a big belly, but his horsemanship was actually pretty good. It was just that it made people worry for the horse he was riding. Sickly scholar coughed the whole way since he got on the horse. It looked like he was going to cough out his heart and lungs if he wasn't careful. When they passed through Shattered Snow Pass, Yili turned around and saw Murongting standing on the city wall with a radiant face. She was happily talking to the middle-aged man next to her. Presumably, after leaving the constraints of the capital, Murongting's life was very happy. Yili was also happy for her good friend. She smiled faintly and turned around to follow the people in front. "Drink some water." After leaving Shattered Snow Pass, they hurried all the way until the sky gradually darkened. Obviously, they had missed their lodging today. Moreover, although the wilderness of Nanjiang was very dangerous, the homes and inns of the residents of Nanjiang were not necessarily safe for the people of the Central Plains. And San skillfully entered the forest. Not long after, he came out with a pile of firewood and a pheasant. Then, he started the fire and prepared the game. Zheng Kuei also caught a few fish from the nearby river. Yili glanced at Sickly Scholar, who was coughing violently under the tree. She frowned and handed him some water. Sickly Scholar was obviously stunned for a moment before reaching out his right hand to take the water bottle. He nodded to Yili and said in a low voice, "Thank you." Yili nodded and sat back down. Although Sickly Scholar looked like he was on the verge of death, Yili would never underestimate him. It was better to stay as far away from this kind of person as possible, especially when he had a grudge against Mo Xiuyao. Han Mingxi leaned against the tree in boredom. He watched as Ensan prepared the game on the fire and prepared to roast it. He smiled at Yili and said, "Junwei, Brother Zhua is really not simple. I have never seen someone who can do this so neatly. Even those Jianghu people who often sleep in the wilderness can't compare." And San, who was sitting by the fire, raised his eyebrows and didn't say anything. He wouldn't tell Han Mingxi what kind of training the four brothers had gone through in the last half-year under the cliff of Black Cloud Peak. In fact, the brothers still didn't understand how their master could have so many strange ideas and training methods in his head. Especially the wilderness survival training. Each of them was thrown into a vast and seemingly endless forest to accompany poisonous insects, rats, and ants for an entire month. The only weapons he carried with him were a dagger and a crossbow with only 5 arrows. In the beginning, they couldn't understand how this kind of training was useful for them who had martial arts and qigong. But after a month, an heir, who was the first to come out of the forest with tattered clothes, defeated an E and C and himself. Originally, the 4 of them were basically evenly matched. Even if there was a slight difference between them, the one who won was definitely an arrow at the end of its flight. But that time, an heir displayed his prowess and defeated an E, then himself, and finally perished together with an C. They clearly didn't learn any other martial arts and their internal strength didn't even increase. An air's change made them both shocked and overjoyed. Only when Ensan went in himself did he know what an heir had experienced. Poisonous snakes, poisonous insects, poisonous grass, swamps, wild beasts. In the beginning, he didn't even dare to close his eyes at night. Because sometimes when he woke up from his sleep, he would find himself surrounded by a pack of wolves or a highly poisonous snake staring at him with its tongue out. Every day, he had to find food by himself and gather the things that the Wangfei ordered. The most unlucky time was when he was trapped in a swamp for 3 hours. He almost thought that he was going to die. But in the last few days of the month, he found that he had gradually adapted to the terrible environment. Even without martial arts, he could still survive in the forest. Even if he didn't eat or sleep for a day and night, he wouldn't feel too uncomfortable. These were definitely not things that pure martial arts could do. From the day he walked out of the forest alive, he found out that the Wangfei was secretly following them after they entered the forest. And San truly wholeheartedly submitted to this young Wangfei. They all knew in their hearts that their master was definitely the most amazing of all the Wangfei of the Ding country. The only thing that made Ensan regretful was that the original consort I had planned a lot of things to give them, but because of the prince's illness, it was interrupted. Young Master Han is right. Brother Zhuo's skill is so skilled that even the old escorts who have been in the escort business for decades can't compare. Zheng Kuei looked at the half-cooked fish in his hand, then looked at the delicious game in Ensan's hand that was comparable to the roasted chicken in a restaurant. He was extremely jealous. He had only caught a few fish from the river, but this serious brother had already started a fire, caught a pheasant, and roasted it. He also took the time to go into the forest to pick up some mushrooms to make soup. His master was staring at the fish in his hand with dissatisfaction. His oily face was full of disdain. Yili looked at Han Mingxi with a smile and said, "Zhuo Jing has been taking care of me all this time. He's smart, so he naturally learned." Han Mingxi's face was full of disbelief. He also often slept in the wild. Even now, the food he roasted was still black and he didn't dare to eat it. And San calmly divided the game into 3 portions and handed them to Yili and Han Mingxi, as if he didn't hear his master's praise. He definitely wouldn't tell this playboy that his master could do better than him. Looking at the intoxicated young Master Feng Yu holding the wild game, and San suddenly felt a strange sense of superiority. Young Master Zhuo is proficient in the art of poison. Sickly Scholar, who was sitting to the side, drank a few mouthfuls of water as if suppressing his coughing. He raised his head and asked Ensan. Ensan turned to look at him and said indifferently, "I don't understand." Sickly Scholar raised his eyebrows and said with an expression of disbelief, "There are many poisonous creatures in Nanjiang. Even most of the fungi in the forest are highly poisonous. But I see that the ones we pick are all non-poisonous." Chapter 173. Ensan curled his lips and said lightly, "The brighter the color of the mushrooms in the forest, the more poisonous they are. Even a child knows this." Sickly Scholar smiled faintly, "Is that so? If that's the case, Zhuo Gongzi shouldn't casually pick things to eat. Not all poisonous mushrooms in this world are brightly colored. Thank you for the reminder." The rich merchant lord was clearly very dissatisfied with the fish roasted by his bodyguard. After eating a few bites, he threw it down and pointed at Zheng Kuei, "You go hunt some wild animals." Zheng Kuei looked at the darkening sky and hesitated. The reason why they chose to camp outside the forest was because it wasn't safe in the forest at night. Sickly Scholar sat up and looked at the rich merchant indifferently. "If you want him to die, then let him go in." The rich merchant lord seemed to be afraid of Sickly Scholar. Hearing him say this, he could only shut his mouth. After eating dinner, Han Mingxi didn't seem to have the energy he had during the day. He sat at the place closest to the fire and looked at a rock with his eyes closed to rest. Third Secret finished packing his luggage and got up to jump onto a big tree not far away. He sat on the branch and silently listened to the few people chatting below. On the contrary, Yili was a bit bored. He sat beside the fire and chatted with Zheng Kuei. From time to time, he would throw a piece of firewood into the fire. In the chat, Zheng Kuei told Yili that the rich merchant lord was surnamed Liang. He was a big medicine merchant in the northwest of Dechu State. His family was very wealthy. He came to Nanjiang this time because he heard that there was a very rare medicine in Nanjiang. Moreover, it would be publicly auctioned in Nanzhao's capital city in June. Of course, there was no lack of that Master Liang bragging to himself. Yili told Zheng Kuei that he came from a scholarly family in Yunzhou. This time, he specially brought his bodyguard out to travel. As for Han Mingxi, he was a friend he met in Guangling. He enthusiastically accompanied him to Nanjiang to play. Since the other party already knew Han Mingxi's identity, Yili naturally didn't need to hide it for him. She only said that he was a friend she met at the Breeze and Moon Tavern in Guangling City. Hearing the words Breeze and Moon Restaurant, Master Liang's face that was full of meat immediately lit up. He pulled Yili aside and told her about what he had seen and heard in the Breeze and Moon Restaurant. Young Master Chu is from Yunzhou. Sickly Scholar suddenly asked, Young Master Chu, do you know the Su family of Yunzhou? Yili raised her eyebrows and smiled, isn't this young master joking? As a citizen of Dechu State, who didn't know the Su family in Yunzhou? Although I am not fated to study at Lishan Academy, I have admired the few gentlemen of the Su family for a long time. Really? Cough cough. Speaking of which, since young Master Chu admires the Su clan of Yunzhou, you must have heard of young Master Qingchen's name. Yili tilted her head and looked over. Her tone was filled with admiration. Young Master Qingchen. Young Master Su became famous at a young age. It's a pity that although I am half a year older than young Master Su, I still haven't accomplished anything. I am truly ashamed. Sickly Scholar raised his head and looked at her with a probing gaze. He smiled faintly and said, Is that so? Perhaps young Master Chu will be able to see him when you go to Nanjiang. Yili was startled. Her expression was calm and she said with a trace of pleasant surprise, Really? Young Master Qingchen is in Nanjiang right now. Sickly Scholar sat up and said, That's right. Young Master Qingchen is indeed in Nanjiang right now. That's great. I hope I can see young Master Qingchen when I go to Nanzhao's capital and ask him for advice. Yili lowered her head in contemplation and muttered absent-mindedly. Ignoring Sickly Scholar's scrutinizing gaze, Yili quickly calculated in her mind. Su Qingchen had traveled the world when he was young. His whereabouts had always been unpredictable. Yili didn't believe that he couldn't even hide his whereabouts well. But Sickly Scholar, who was in West Hill, was able to obtain news that he was in Nanjiang, and it seemed that he was very clear about where he was. This made Yili have a bad premonition. Why did Sickly Scholar go to Nanjiang this time? Could it be related to Su Qingchen? Late at night, the flames burning in the wilderness gradually died down a little. The forest under the curtain of night was silent. There were only the occasional sounds of insects and birds. Thirden, who was sleeping on the branch of a tree, moved her body and coughed lightly. Yili, who was originally leaning against the fire and sleeping with her eyes closed, slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were clear and there wasn't a trace of sleepiness. She casually turned around and looked at the tree. Thirden nodded slightly on the tree. Yili closed her eyes again and fell into a deep sleep. A faint fishy smell suddenly came from the air. It was accompanied by some kind of strange rustling sound. There was also a faint song that couldn't be heard clearly. It seemed like something was crawling across the grass in groups. Third frowned slightly. He remembered something that he particularly hated. He sat up and floated down. Third had just landed when Sickly Scholar, who was still sleeping, immediately opened his eyes. Seeing Third frown in doubt, Third didn't look at him. He walked to Yi Li's side and said in a low voice, "Young master, there's movement." At the same time that Yi Li opened her eyes, Han Mingxi and Jin Kuei also sat up at the same time. Han Mingxi lazily yawned and asked, "What's wrong?" Third said indifferently, "Something is coming." "Something? What thing?" Third said in a low voice, "I guess, it's a snake." "Snake. Snake." Yi Li and Sickly Scholar said in unison. Sickly Scholar glanced at Yi Li. Yi Li stood up and said, "I smell snakes. Many snakes." Han Mingxi understood and said, "I forgot that Junwei is good at making spices. Naturally, he is more sensitive to smells." Jin Kuei said anxiously, "Let's not talk about this now. What should we do?" Han Mingxi didn't care and said, "What's there to do? Let's go." Young Master Feng Yu's Qinggong was unparalleled. No matter where they were, they wouldn't have to worry about not being able to leave. Third frowned and said, "I'm afraid we can't leave. Listen, there are sounds coming from all directions." Other than Master Liang and the housekeeper, everyone else here was skilled in martial arts. Naturally, they could tell whether Third was telling the truth or not. Han Mingxi snorted and quickly flew up a branch. He landed on the ground in a short while and cursed in a low voice, "Nanjiang, this lousy place, this young master is annoyed every time I come here. Where did all these snakes come from?" No one paid attention to his complaints. Third had already quickly taken out all kinds of anti-venomous insects and snakes that he had prepared in advance. Sickly Scholar shook his head and said, "There are too many. I'm afraid it's useless." People who have never seen it would never be able to imagine how terrifying that scene was. In the night, a black mass of snakes surged from all directions. "What is going on?" Master Liang screamed. The housekeeper beside him was already pale with fright and fell to the ground. "Shut up!" Sickly Scholar scolded. He frowned and looked at Third. "There are too many snakes. Using snake repellent will only make them more manic." Han Mingxi said with a face of disgust, "Junwei, I should be able to bring you out. Brother Zhua should also be able to go out by himself." Third nodded silently. Sickly Scholar said indifferently, "Since it's like this, Brother Han can bring Chu Gongzi out first." Han Mingxi didn't really leave first because he could clearly hear the threat in Sickly Scholar's words. If they really left first, Sickly Scholar would definitely shoot arrows in the back. No matter how good Han Mingxi's Qinggong was, he might not be able to avoid the poison of Yanwang Chamber's third master while flying in the air. As for Sickly Scholar's side, there was no need to think about it. Other than himself, the other three people didn't have the ability to go out by themselves. Chapter 174. Seeing that the snakes had already surrounded them, Yi Li frowned and said, "You still have the mood to quarrel at this time? Or do you plan to stay here and feed the snakes?" After the snakes surrounded them, they didn't immediately pounce on them. Soon, they saw a few men dressed in black walking over from several directions. They were playing a piccolo and standing far behind the snakes. These snakes obviously didn't gather here for no reason. They were controlled by someone. Jin Kuei cursed in a low voice and scolded, "These are the southern border's snake tamers." Yi Li and Third Secret glanced at each other. If the snakes really pounced on them, they would probably be able to escape at the first moment. However, that fat and rich master probably wouldn't be able to escape. A group of snake tamers turned around and opened up a path. Then, a somewhat familiar figure swaggered over and smiled maliciously at Yi and the others. Hee hee, this young master said that one day you will fall into this young master's hands. It's only been a day. How about it? Han Mingxi raised his eyebrows and smiled. Isn't this the fool who called himself the Luoyi tribe's young master? That wretched youth who left in anger at the inn yesterday was wearing a set of gorgeous clothes with silver ornaments that sparkled under the moonlight. Seeing Han Mingxi's elegant and languid appearance under the moonlight, he couldn't help but stare blankly and said, "Beauty, come over here. This young master will spare you. There's no need to accompany these ugly people to their deaths." Han Mingxi's face stiffened and the corners of his eyes twitched. You have the nerve to call others ugly. Indeed, everyone present, including those snake tamers standing far away, looked much better than that youth. Even that fat and rich master didn't look so wretched. Hearing this, that youth was immediately furious. He stared at Han Mingxi with a twisted and fierce gaze. Yi coughed lightly and said with a smile, "Brother Han, although that young master is neither fragrant nor jade, you still showed mercy with your words. How can you endure his admiration like this?" Han Mingxi curled his lips and said, "Is that admiration? He's jealous, right? He clearly wants to cut this young master's face. Humph. This young master's peerless appearance is actually something that this kind of vulgar person can dream of. Did they think that he was a playboy for nothing? Would he not be able to differentiate between admiration, jealousy, and resentment? Not bad." The young man chuckled and said, "When I catch you, I'll skin you alive." Hee hee. This young master wants your face, so you better come over obediently and don't let this young master's babies ruin your face. Everyone fell silent. After a long while, Han Mingxi touched his face lovingly and asked, "Don't tell me you want to put my face on yours." The young man smiled proudly and said, "That's right." This young master thought for a long time before coming up with this idea. It's a pity that I haven't been able to find a suitable face. Originally, I thought the pretty boy was not bad, but now, this young master feels that your face is better. Under the moonlight, Han Mingxi's handsome face suddenly became somewhat ferocious. Coveting Sir Feng Yu's face was unforgivable. The size doesn't match, right? Yi frowned and looked at the young man's short and thin face, then looked at Han Mingxi's perfect face shape. Han Mingxi's face was at least a third bigger than that young man's. Junwei. Han Mingxi's brows twitched as he glared at Yi with resentment. The young man was obviously provoked by Yi's words as well. He roared in anger, "This young master doesn't need you to care. This young master is going to make all of you into human skin masks. Capture all of them, and I want all of them alive. No, it's fine if that fatty is dead." The snake tamers' faces all showed signs of danger. It was easy to kill this group of people. All they had to do was release the snakes to bite them. The hundreds and thousands of snakes would definitely bite them. However, it wasn't that easy to capture them alive. These people weren't weak people. Although the snake tamers were hesitant, they could not ignore their master's orders. They could only play their flutes again to control the snakes. Boom boom. A few flames suddenly sprang up. Amidst the rapid sound of the flute, the snakes did not swarm forward. Instead, they stopped about 40 to 50 feet away from them and hesitated. While Yi and Han Mingxi were talking to the Luoyi tribe's young master, and San had secretly scattered all the snake repellent they had brought all around them. Seeing the snakes continuously being controlled, the snake tamers' flutes became even more rapid and sharp. The snakes also became more restless. Yi raised her brows and looked at Han Mingxi. "Brother Han Mingxi, do you know how to play the flute?" Han Mingxi smiled helplessly. "I don't know how to control snakes." Yi was not here. You don't need to know how to play the flute. It's best if you use your internal energy. Go over there and play. She pointed at the forest behind her. It's best if you can move around. Although he did not understand Yili's meaning, Han Mingxi did not care. He shrugged and said, "All right, I'll listen to Junwei." Taking out the flute that he carried with him, Han Mingxi jumped onto the treetop and played the flute. The flute that contained internal energy was not very comfortable to listen to. At least for Yili, who did not have deep internal energy, it was not very comfortable. Han Mingxi stood on the treetop and played the flute while changing his position. It was completely like he was walking on flat ground. Seeing this, Yili could not help but feel envious. Gradually, the snake tamers were alarmed to find that the snakes did not seem to listen to their commands. Especially the snakes at the front, some even began to crawl back. They hurriedly played the flute, but these snake tamers were not proficient in martial arts. Their internal energy was also mediocre. In terms of sound, they could not compare to Han Mingxi. Han Mingxi's flute sound gradually suppressed the rapid and ear-piercing sound of the flute. On the side, Sickly Scholar seemed to understand something. He also flew over and jumped onto a branch. He casually plucked a leaf and placed it at the edge of the village to play the flute. The snake seemed to finally be unable to bear it. The snakes around Yili and the others began to retreat. Some scattered, but no snakes approached Yili and the others. "What's going on?" the young man cried out in alarm. Several snake tamers' faces began to turn pale. They retreated one after another, but they did not dare to stop playing the flute in their hands. However, more and more snakes began to slowly scatter in all directions. Yili stood by the fire with a faint sneer. Snakes were afraid of realgar and hated snake repellents and irritating things. It was their nature to be afraid of fire. As for the so-called snake tamers, they had almost no sense of hearing. They completely relied on the fluctuations in the air to sense their surroundings. The so-called snake tamer flute sound was just to train the snakes to get used to the same kind of fluctuations. Once this kind of fluctuation was disrupted, the snakes would no longer be under control. Compared to the snake venom and fire that they hated, they clearly preferred to crawl in other places. Ah. Don't. A few snakes crawled back and quickly slithered to the young man's feet. It was clear that the young man also had quite a bit of snake repellent on him. The snakes did not go up to bite him, but he was still quite frightened. And San asked in confusion, would the people of the southern border be afraid of snakes? Yili shrugged and said with a smile, "Isn't there always two exceptions?" Master Liang wiped the sweat off his face as he said with a smile, "It's all thanks to young Master Chu's idea. We actually made the snakes retreat like this." Chapter 175. Yili slightly frowned, her heart was still a little anxious. If these snakes ran away, they would be able to relieve their anxiety for a while, but if so many poisonous snakes really escaped, then it would be troublesome for the passers-by. Looking at the panicked youth, Yili's clear eyes darkened, and she said to Ensan, "Kill him." Ensan never asked for a reason when Yili seriously gave an order. Before Yili's voice fell, the long sword in Ensan's hand flashed, and her entire person had already soared into the air, shooting towards that young man like an arrow. That young man had already lost his head out of fear, and when he saw Ensan's long sword coming towards him, he was dumbstruck, even forgetting to dodge. He could only stare blankly at the tip of the arrow coming towards him. "Have mercy." A loud voice hastily sounded from the side of the forest. "Have mercy." "Shuijing," Yili shouted in a deep voice. Ensan's eyes darkened, and she quickly put away her long sword, flipped in the air, and gently landed on a treetop not far away. In this way, there were 3 people on this side who were high up in the treetop, ready to attack at any time. And if the other side couldn't control the snakes in time, then they would definitely be at a disadvantage. A tall middle-aged man dressed in southern border attire walked out of the forest. His clothes had the same totem as the young man, and the aura of a superior that he inadvertently revealed made everyone understand that this person must be a person of high status in the Luo-Yi tribe. The middle-aged man quickly walked over, and the snakes that passed by all opened up a path, clearly very afraid of the aura of this person. "Friends from Dechu State, my son has been naughty and has offended you, please have mercy. My tribe will definitely entertain you as a distinguished guest." Yili sneered in her heart, naughty and mischievous. This man had been in the forest from the beginning, and only appeared when his son was in danger. Now he wanted to brush it off with a mere word of naughty and mischievous. Han Mingxi stood on the treetop, his slender figure moving up and down with the treetop, indeed naughty and mischievous. "Luo-Yi tribe's patriarch, how dare you let your noble young master run amok outside?" The middle-aged man's expression wasn't good either. He walked up to the young man and casually glanced at him. The young man immediately shriveled like a leaf being roasted by fire. He shrank back and didn't dare to raise his head to look at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man snorted lightly and stepped forward to greet Yili and the rest. "I'm the Luo-Yi tribe's patriarch, Lu Jiang. This is my son, Lu Nan. If we have offended you, please forgive us." This patriarch was obviously not only better looking than his son, the way he spoke and acted made it impossible to tell that the two of them were father and son. Yili said, "Although the way you treat your guests is a little scary, but I think Patriarch Luo-Yi should get someone to clean up these little things first." They were standing in a circle surrounded by the snake repellent and the bonfire. These snakes that had lost control had all avoided this area and crawled to other places. After a long time, even if people went to look for them, they might not be able to find all of them. Patriarch Luo-Yi nodded and waved her hand at the surrounding snake tamers. The snake tamers began to play their flutes again, and a few of them went to other places, obviously to look for those snakes that were running amok. After giving these instructions, Patriarch Luo-Yi then turned to Yili and the rest and said with a smile, "You all passed by my tribe's residence and were disturbed by Lu Nan's rudeness. Why don't you all come to our stronghold to rest first and treat it as my apology to you all?" Yili muttered to herself for a moment before looking sideways at the 3 people on the treetop. Han Mingxi had an indifferent expression, and Anson naturally wouldn't have a different opinion from Yili. Instead, it was Sickly Scholar who frowned and said, "We are in a hurry and won't trouble Patriarch Lu Jiang." Patriarch Luo-Yi raised her eyebrows and shook her head. "No matter how you say it is troublesome. Scaring the guests of the Central Plains will really damage our Luo-Yi tribe's reputation for hospitality. I would like to invite these guests to rest in the stronghold. Tomorrow, I will send someone to personally send you all to the capital." Hearing her words, the few Central Plains people present couldn't help but curl their lips in their hearts. The people of the Southern Plains were famous for being xenophobic, so other than a few bold merchants and people who had the ability to protect themselves, normal people of the Central Plains would definitely not enter the Southern Plains. However, compared to the other tribes in the hinterland of the Southern Plains, the Luo-Yi tribe that bordered the Dechu state could be considered warm and hospitable. If they could have a Southern Plains native to lead the way, then their journey would be much easier. Then we will have to trouble Patriarch. Seeing Sickly Scholar agree, Yili only raised her eyebrows and didn't refute. Patriarch Luo-Yi was clearly very happy, enthusiastically calling the accompanying host to help the guests pack their luggage. Yili and the other 2 originally didn't have much, so they stooped down to pick up a bag placed beside a rock and threw it to Insan, who was still on the tree, while they kept the other one for themselves. Sickly Scholar was also very relaxed, but that Master Liang was busy for quite a while with the help of the housekeeper and guards. However, he carefully guarded his luggage and didn't let the people of the Southern Plains touch it, which made Yili a little curious about what was in that seemingly huge bag. Looking at the weight, it didn't seem to be real gold or silver. The place where they set up camp in the Luo-E tribe stronghold wasn't far. Riding on a horse, they arrived at their destination in less than a quarter of an hour. Of course, their original horses were already scared away when the snakes came, and the ones that didn't run away were already in bad shape. They used the horses provided by the Luo-E tribe, which was the reason why Yili didn't oppose going to the stronghold. Apart from this stronghold, the next place with people and where they could buy horses was at least 200 li away. If they didn't go, it meant that they would have to walk for the rest of the journey. The Luo-E tribe's stronghold was built halfway up the mountain, and the path wasn't as mysterious and rugged as the southern plains strongholds. Small wooden buildings were scattered on the mountainside. Because it was already late at night, the clan leader brought them to a small building that was used to entertain guests. He ordered the servants to bring them some food and hot water, then took the young clan leader Lennon, who had been so timid that he didn't even dare to speak, and left. The young girls wearing foreign tribes' clothing were invited out. Han Mingxi washed his face with water in satisfaction and praised, "It's still good to have a house to live in. If I knew earlier, we would have just stayed in the Luo-E tribe for a while." Yili sat at the side, curiously fiddling with the food on the table as she smiled and said, "Do you think that if we just went straight to your house, you would find snakes all over your bed in the middle of the night?" Han Mingxi imagined that scene, and couldn't help but tremble. He shook his head and smiled at Yili. "Speaking of which, Junwei, you have to be careful. You have to know that the women of the southern plains are the most affectionate, and they like fair and clean young masters like Junwei the most. Be careful." Ha! He covered his face with a folding fan, and laughed wickedly. Yili didn't want to be outdone, and returned the look. "Brother Han, don't worry, if I have such good luck with women, I won't forget to share it with you. Besides, there isn't a single person in this stronghold who cares about my face." At the mention of Lennon, Han Mingxi's wickedly smiling face immediately darkened, and he snorted, a cold light flashing across his eyes. Young Master Feng Yu was very vengeful. And San stood by the tightly shut window, and when the two stopped, she turned around and whispered, "There's someone outside." Chapter 176. Yili raised an eyebrow. She stood up and extinguished the candle on the table with a wave of her sleeve. A bit of dim moonlight spilled in from the window lattice on the wall. Although it was still dusky, it didn't affect Yili's actions. She calmly walked to Ensan's side. "It's not to monitor us." Ensan nodded and pointed to a small house next to them. "It's to monitor them, but there's also one person watching us. It should be in passing." Han Mingxi also quickly adapted to the dusky room. He whispered with a smile, "These people are really strange. Then why did they pull us in?" Yili smiled, "Since they are scheming, then it will be revealed. After being tired all night, I think we should rest first." And San nodded and pointed to the bedroom inside. "Gongzi, go in and rest. Han Gongzi and I will stay outside to keep watch." Han Mingxi wanted to refute, but he saw Yili nod and turn around without hesitation. She waved to the two and went in to rest. Blinking his eyes, Han Mingxi said with grievance, "I also want to rest." Junwei wasn't the only one who didn't sleep well in the wilderness, okay? And San coldly glanced at him and pointed to the bamboo bed in the hall. "You can sleep there." Han Mingxi was speechless. Was that bamboo bed half as long as him? The bed inside was obviously very big. As if seeing Han Mingxi's thoughts, and San didn't change his expression and moved to the door of the room that Yili went in. He took a chair and sat down. The meaning was obvious. If Han Mingxi wanted to go in, he would have to step in front of him. Han Mingxi could only angrily shrink into the bamboo bed to rest. He was secretly regretting in his heart, why did I say that I would live with Junwei? As usual, Yili woke up early in the morning. Before she even got up, she knew that she probably wouldn't be able to leave today. The dripping sound from outside indicated that it was raining heavily. Yili had already experienced the rainy weather in the south, but this rain came too suddenly. If they had slept in the wilderness last night, they would have been very unlucky now. Thinking of this, Yili suddenly felt that the Luo-E tribe's young master was not that hateful after all. She tidied up her clothes and went out. And San was still sitting on the chair at the door with his eyes closed, but Yili knew that he wasn't asleep. Hearing Yili's footsteps, San immediately opened her eyes and looked back at her. Let's go in and rest for a while. I won't be able to leave in the morning, Yili said softly as she glanced at Han Mingxi, who was curled up on the bamboo couch with a frown. And San hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and went in. Yili entered the living room and opened the window to admire the rain outside. Junwei, you're so cruel. You're taking up such a big bed, but you want me to sleep on the bamboo couch. Unknowingly, Han Mingxi had opened his eyes and was lazily lying on the bamboo couch. His bewitching eyes looked sadly at Yili. Yili looked back at him and said with a smile, "You can go in and sleep with Zhuojing now." Han Mingxi raised his eyebrows and looked at her with a smile. "There's no reason why I can't sleep with Junwei. This young master likes to be clean. I like to eat alone. I always keep the good things to myself," Yili said without changing her expression. Han Mingxi mumbled a few words and sat up. Frowning, he tidied up the soft dark red clothes on his body and walked to Yili's side to look at the rain outside the window. He sighed softly. The rainy days in Nanjiang have a different style, but it rains too often and it's a bit unbearable. Before Yili had time to answer, footsteps sounded outside the door. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Opening the door, Sickly Scholar was standing at the door holding an oil paper umbrella. After half a night of rest, his complexion didn't become better, but looked even more sallow. His empty hand was raised to cover his mouth, and from time to time, there were a few muffled coughs. "Young Master Han, young Master Chu, did I disturb you?" Yili smiled faintly. "It's fine. Young Master, please come in." Sickly Scholar stepped into the room and looked around. His gaze fell on the door of the inner room. Yili smiled faintly. "Zhuojing is still resting. Young Master, please sit down. Young Master came early in the morning too." Sickly Scholar sat on the side and coughed softly before saying, "I didn't expect to meet young Master Han on this trip to Nanjiang." "Young Master Han, cough, you should know me, right?" Han Mingxi did not expect him to go straight to the point. He was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "That's right. The reputation of the third master of the Shilin King of Hell's Pavilion has been known for a long time." From the way he addressed Sickly Scholar and addressed himself, it was clear that Han Mingxi didn't want to provoke this person, and was extremely afraid of him. Sickly Scholar smiled faintly. "Don't be so polite. The Yanwang Chamber Master and your brother are close friends, and I also have some friendship with your brother. But, this young master looks very unfamiliar." Yili thought for a moment, then smiled faintly and said, "I'm not a person of Jianghu, so I'm a little ignorant. Young Master, please don't laugh at me. I don't know you, and you don't know me, so we're even." Sickly Scholar stared at Yili, as if he was evaluating something. Han Mingxi didn't want him to keep staring at Yili, so he interrupted with a smile. "I heard from my brother that young Master doesn't like to go out in the past few years. May I know what business you have in Nanjiang? Is there anything the Tianyi Pavilion can help you with?" Sickly Scholar was slightly stunned, then shook his head and smiled. "It's just some personal business. There's no need to trouble young Master Han." Since he didn't want to talk about it, Han Mingxi naturally wouldn't ask again. In fact, he wanted to stay as far away from him as possible. Why didn't Imo Xiaoyao kill this plague back then? Han Mingxi cursed in his heart with a smile on his face. Sickly Scholar obviously didn't want to waste time on his personal business. He looked at Yi Li and Han Mingxi and said with a smile, "What do the two of you think of this stronghold?" Han Mingxi frowned. "I've been to Nanjiang 2 or 3 times, but I didn't notice that the Luoyi tribe's stronghold was so close. What does young Master Chu think?" Sickly Scholar looked at Yi Li and asked. Yi Li frowned. The Luoyi tribe is said to be one of the largest tribes in Nanjiang. However, I don't think there are more than 100 people in this stronghold. I heard that the tribes in Nanjiang are usually very secretive, but why would this Luoyi tribe stronghold be built on the side of the road? Han Mingxi raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Li with a smile. "So Junwei saw through it last night. Since there are so many of them, why come here?" Yi Li raised her eyebrows. "Do we have a choice? We don't have any flattery, and there are poisonous snakes everywhere. The other party originally wanted to invite us to be guests. Being invited politely is much better than being tied up and thrown in like a dumpling. However, I'm curious as to what the other party wants to do by putting up such a formation. This one, other than offending the young tribe leader in Yonglin City, there doesn't seem to be anything that can make the other party go through so much trouble." After saying that, Yi Li's gaze fell on Sickly Scholar. Sickly Scholar sighed and said, "Young Master Chu is so young, but it's rare for him to be quick-witted." "That's right, they are coming for us." Yi Li raised her eyebrows. "I'd like to hear the details. I believe that the two of you also noticed last night that there are people watching us from outside. The goal of the Luoyi tribe is actually very simple. They are after a treasure on Master Liang." Sickly Scholar said lightly. Han Mingxi smiled and said, "This one has never heard of young Master Chu changing to escort." Sickly Scholar frowned and held back his cough. He looked at Han Mingxi and smiled indifferently. "That's right, I really didn't follow to protect Master Liang." Chapter 177. Han Mingxi leaned back in his chair and glanced at Sickly Scholar. "I know that young master also wants that kind of thing. Since that is the case, young master can just kill that old man. Why go through the trouble of sending him to Nanjiang?" The Sickly Scholar looked at Han Mingxi, and a trace of viciousness flashed across his originally delicate and smiling face. His entire person suddenly became even more sinister and gloomy, completely different from the sickly and weak scholar from before. "That's right, I can kill that guy. But it is a pity, he is not an idiot. That thing is in the capital of Nanzhao. He only has the token to get that thing, and it is only half of it. In this world, other than himself, no one knows where the other half of the token is, and no one knows how to use it after getting it." Anger flashed through Sickly Scholar's eyes. It was clear that he was very angry at Master Liang's cunning. Han Mingxi raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Perhaps you can consider torture." Sickly Scholar snorted coldly. "Does young Master Han really not know who he is?" Han Mingxi shrugged indifferently. Seeing Yi Li turn to look at him, he smiled and said, "I know. Other than the 4 wealthiest families in the Dechu state, the 5th family, the Liang family of the Northwest, is even richer than my big brother. Also, if my big brother loves money as much as his life, then this Master Liang is more important to money than his life. I heard that a bandit once kidnapped his favorite concubine and demanded 20,000 taels as ransom. He didn't even care. Also, don't look at how rich he is. Usually, he saves when he can. His life is worse than that of a normal merchant. Last night, didn't he boast to you that he went to the Wind and Moon Pavilion? My big brother hates him the most because he went to the Wind and Moon Pavilion for one night and only ordered the cheapest cup of tea. He didn't even spend 20 taels. If this kind of person really has any treasure, even if you kill him, he probably won't give it to you. Yili looked at Sickly Scholar. I am more curious why young master is telling us this information. Aren't you afraid that we'll be tempted by the money too? Sickly Scholar said indifferently, I need your help. Last night, I saw that young Master Chu's martial arts were not bad. As for young Master Chu, although I can't see the depth of his abilities, I'm sure he's not simple either. As for young Master Han, I naturally won't let you suffer any losses after this. Han Mingxi rested his chin on his hand and tilted his head to look at him. I thought you said you didn't need the help of the Tianyi Pavilion. Sickly Scholar nodded and said, I don't need any information from the Tianyi Pavilion. Since I happen to meet Mr. Han, I have no choice but to invite you along. Can we refuse? Han Mingxi asked. I'm afraid not. Sickly Scholar said in a low voice. His slightly gloomy gaze slowly swept across the two of them. Han Mingxi only felt as if he had been stabbed by a knife, making him uncomfortable. Yili's expression was the same as usual, but she couldn't help but clench her fists a little tighter in her sleeves. Sickly Scholar's smile was cold and ferocious. He elegantly raised his left hand and admired his fingers, which had a slightly different skin color from his right hand. He smiled faintly and said, I believe young Master Han won't refuse, right? Han Mingxi's expression changed. He looked at Sickly Scholar warily and said, You poisoned us. Sickly Scholar responded with a smile and didn't answer. Han Mingxi's expression darkened. Sickly Scholar seemed to have expected that Han Mingxi wouldn't refuse. He tilted his head and looked at Yili. What about young Master Chu? Yili reached out and poured herself a cup of herbal tea. She frowned slightly at the bitterness in the cold tea and said, I refuse. Refuse? Sickly Scholar was a little surprised. After being startled for a moment, he looked at Yili with a more threatening gaze. Young Master Chu, are you sure? Yili smiled faintly. She put down the teacup and said, 2 days ago, I heard of young Master's reputation. I also know that young Master's use of poison is unparalleled in the world. But, unless young Master plans to use an immediate lethal poison, it's best not to make a move. What do you mean? Sickly Scholar stared at Yili with a gloomy expression. Yili looked down at her hands on her knees and said softly, I heard that young Master accidentally injured your heart many years ago. Although this one doesn't know much about this kind of injury, I do have some superficial knowledge about the pathology of it. In this one's opinion, if young Master can't kill the other party with a flick of a finger, then it's best not to make a move. Because young Master's heart may not be able to withstand a long period of violent shock, right? The killing intent in Sickly Scholar's eyes almost solidified in an instant. He gritted his teeth and said, Are you sure I can't kill you? Yili smiled, Young Master, you can try. Sickly Scholar naturally wouldn't try. This Chu Junwei in front of him hadn't made a move the entire time and didn't seem to have profound internal strength. But his intuition told him that this indifferent youth wasn't simple. Not to mention that there was Han Mingxi eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. There was also a strong guard in the room that hadn't appeared yet. Han Mingxi was sitting in a chair outside. He propped up half of his handsome face and looked at the gloomy Sickly Scholar. Then he looked at the calmly smiling Yili and blinked. He seemed to have heard an incredible secret. Young Master Chu really isn't an ordinary person. But it's too late for you to regret now. Sickly Scholar said with a cold smile. What do you mean? Han Mingxi narrowed his eyes and asked. Sickly Scholar said, After I left the little building, I guessed that the person surnamed Liang was no longer in the little building. You did it on purpose. Han Mingxi said. Sickly Scholar nodded and said, Yes, the person surnamed Liang came to Nanjiang to find the Luoi tribe. Last night, they didn't come to make trouble for us, but to receive him. Han Mingxi frowned and said, so what? Sickly Scholar snorted softly, what? He has already reached his destination. The people who know his whereabouts will naturally be silenced. If they didn't invite us all here, if one escaped, wouldn't all their previous efforts have been wasted? The day before yesterday, when Jingkue came over to chat with us and invite us to travel together, it was your idea? Yili looked at Sickly Scholar and asked calmly. Yes, Jingkue thought that he was just escorting the person surnamed Liang to Nanzhao to do business. I told him that the two of you have extraordinary skills. If you travel together, you can take care of each other on the way. To be honest, I originally didn't want to choose you, but there really aren't many people who want to go to Nanjiang at this time of year. But I need people with good skills to help me. It just so happens that young Master Han has some relationship with me, right? Han Mingxi smiled and said, I'm more curious why you didn't use the people of the Yanwang Chamber of Commerce. I believe that there are many people in the Yanwang Chamber who would be willing to go through water and tread on fire for you, right? Sickly Scholar's face sank. He said coldly, this is my own business. Yili stood up and walked to the window. She looked outside and saw that it was still raining heavily. Then she turned and said, what kind of treasure does Master Liang have that would make someone like young Master spend so much effort? It's better that young Master Chu doesn't know. After all, the less you know, the safer. For young Master Han's sake, I won't make a move against you after this. Sickly Scholar promised with a calm face. Yili glanced at him indifferently and said with a smile, I'm sorry, but I don't like being kept in the dark and used as a tool. Chapter 178. Sickly Scholar sneered, if you don't help me, I won't be able to get out. Take a good look outside. Han Mingxi quickly floated to the window and looked outside. The distant scenery was faintly discernible in the rain, but there was a faint strange fragrance in the air. Yili pulled Han Mingxi away and closed the window. Sickly Scholar looked at Yili and nodded, I was right, young Master Chu also has a good understanding of poisons. Yili shook her head, I don't know much about poisons, but a few days ago, I was drugged by a kind of knockout drug from Nanjiang, so I was more vigilant. Yili carefully recalled the situation at that time when she fell into Yi Yu's hands. Finally, she determined that Yi Yu didn't poison her after she entered the hall, but the knockout drug was placed there from the beginning. There were 2 half-opened pots of orchids placed at the entrance of Yaohua Palace, and there were 2 pots of the same orchids placed in the hall. Later, in the small courtyard where Mo Jingli imprisoned her, she also saw the same orchids. Of course, maybe they weren't orchids, but just looked like them. Sickly Scholar said, our path up the mountain has been cut off, and the flowers on the hillside outside. Young Master Han, it doesn't matter if you smell it now, it's not a big deal. This poisonous flower is only effective during the day, and it's sunny. But once the rain stops, the fragrance of the flowers will become highly toxic, making it difficult for people to move. Han Mingxi looked at him and said, do you have an antidote? Sickly Scholar proudly said, it's just a small poison, what's so difficult about it? Han Mingxi went back to his seat and sat down, so, unless we are willing to help you, you won't give us the antidote. Why don't we go down the mountain before the rain stops? Sickly Scholar laughed and said, people who practice martial arts naturally don't have to worry about whether there's a path to walk on or off the mountain. You can go out and give it a try. It's the same as luring the people and the poisonous insects away. Han Mingxi recalled the densely packed group of snakes last night and felt goosebumps all over his body. He quickly rubbed his arms and looked at Yili. Yili stood with her hands behind her back and said indifferently, then I can assume that young Master not only has the antidote to deal with those poisonous flowers and plants, but also has a way to deal with poisonous snakes and insects. And all we have to do is deal with those people, right? Sickly Scholar nodded in a good mood. Not bad. Her unhappiness from being poked in her weak spot finally dissipated a little. The murderous look in her eyes when she looked at Yili also gradually dissipated. Yili pondered for a moment before nodding. I can promise you. Hey, Junwei, aren't you afraid that he will go back on his word and kill you? Han Mingxi reminded her in a low voice. Sickly Scholar was not a kind person. Yili smiled. I believe in the promise of the Yanwang Chamber's third master. In that case, it's a deal. Hey, does that guy have such a thing as credibility? After more than an hour, the rain finally stopped. The rain in Nanjiang came quickly and the sky cleared quickly. Not long after the rain stopped, the warm sunlight sprinkled over the earth. The ground that had just been washed by the rain emitted a fresh smell of soil. If it wasn't for the pervasive fragrance, it would be even more wonderful. As soon as the rain stopped, San came out from inside. She glanced at the 3 people in the hall, 2 sitting and 1 standing. She didn't look surprised that there was an extra person. Yili pointed to the dry food on the table and said, let's fill our stomachs first. I don't think Master will bring us breakfast today. San nodded and sat down. Under the gazes of the 3 people, she unhurriedly filled her stomach. Sickly Scholar looked at San's slow chewing with great interest. He smiled at Yili and said, young Master Chu has an expert like Guard Zhuo protecting him. No wonder he dares to come to Nanjiang alone. Brother Zhuo, what did you just say? You didn't sleep last night. San looked up at him and said indifferently, young Master only has me by his side. Naturally, he has to be careful. Sickly Scholar's eyes darkened. It wasn't easy to have a guard like this. From what Zhuo Jing said, Chu Junwei usually had a lot of people by his side. Now that he had only 1 guard, it was special. Then, this Chu Junwei's identity was probably not ordinary. He glanced indifferently at Han Mingxi. Someone who could be friends with the younger brother of the Tianyi Pavilion's master was naturally not an ordinary person. Sensing Sickly Scholar's probing gaze, Han Mingxi smiled innocently at him. Don't ask him. He also didn't know Chu Junwei's identity. The 4 of them tidied up and left the small building. The sunlight outside was just right. The fragrance of flowers in the air was getting stronger. However, with the antidote provided by Sickly Scholar, it didn't have any effect on the 4 of them. When they returned to the small building next door, Master Liang, the steward, and the guard called Jing Kue were indeed gone. Han Mingxi looked at Sickly Scholar with schadenfreude. It seems they've been gone for at least 2 hours. How are you going to find them now? As long as they had someone familiar with the terrain leading the way, 2 hours was enough for them to escape far away, even if it was raining. Sickly Scholar's lips curved into a cold smile. He said indifferently, as long as they're still in Nanjiang, they won't be able to escape from my grasp. Besides, why do you think they're waiting for us here? The place they're going to is definitely less than 20 li away from here. Sickly Scholar leisurely took out a small box from his pocket. He opened it and a small green moth flew out. The moth flapped its wings twice. It stopped for a moment on a small porcelain bottle in Sickly Scholar's hand. It then flew up again and flew into the depths of the village. Let's go. Sickly Scholar said to the 3 of them. He was satisfied with the small medicine bottle. The 3 of them followed behind the little moth. The entire village was empty. It was too dark last night and no one noticed. In this village, other than the 2 small buildings they lived in, the other buildings were very simple. It didn't look like a village where the common people gathered. It looked more like a temporary stronghold. The moth flew all the way into the depths of the mountain. Along the way, countless venomous snakes and insects were killed or injured by the Sickly Scholar's overbearing poison. Without anyone deliberately controlling them, these snakes and insects also knew how to avoid harm and seek benefits, so they didn't attack them in groups. After walking for more than an hour, the moth stopped at the edge of a cliff. It lingered around Sickly Scholar and didn't want to go forward. Could it be that Gongzi's moth led us the wrong way? Han Mingxi laughed. Sickly Scholar looked at him faintly. He put the little moth back into the box and said to Han Mingxi, "Go down. Go down." Han Mingxi was startled. He quickly reacted and said with a face of disbelief, "You're asking me to go down? Do you know where this is? This is Nanjiang. Who knows how deep it is? Who knows if there are poisonous snakes or monsters? You want me to go down?" Sickly Scholar said, "Your Qinggong is the best. How about you let Chu Gongzi go down first?" Han Mingxi's handsome face was pale as he looked at Sickly Scholar carelessly touching his left hand. He then looked at Yili and Insan who were standing to the side. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Han Mingxi still knew that Jun Wei's Qinggong wasn't that good. If something happened down there, it would be too late to escape. He snorted, "Go down then, just you wait. When you open up Nanjiang, this Gongzi will kill you." Chapter 179. Han Mingxi tapped his feet lightly, his entire body fluttering like a huge dark red butterfly, then he fell down the cliff. Sickly Scholar softly praised, "Second young Master Han's Qinggong is indeed much better than young Master Mingyue's." However, it was only Qinggong. Compared to the scheming and ever-changing young Master Mingyue, Sickly Scholar did not think much of Han Mingxi. As long as he promised not to kill Han Mingxi for young Master Mingyue's sake, it would be fine. Shuijing, Yili frowned as she stood at the edge of the cliff and looked down. She could only see billowing white clouds and not the scenery below. This cliff was probably more than twice as deep as the one below Black Cloud Peak. It was impossible to directly descend to the bottom of the cliff with Qinggong. And San stepped forward and stretched her hand out of the cliff. A silver thread with something attached to it quickly slid down the cliff. After a while, Ansan slowly retracted the thread and wrapped it around her palm. She turned to Yili and said, "Young master, the bottom of the cliff is at least 1,000 feet, and the cliff is very smooth." Yili muttered to herself. 1,000 feet was close to 300 meters. Such a high cliff was actually smooth, and there was not even much vegetation. It was obviously not natural. It seemed that Sickly Scholar's moth was indeed brought to the right place. Sickly Scholar looked at Insan's movements with curiosity. Just as he was about to speak, a figure came out from the bottom of the cliff and landed on the ground in a sorry state. Before he could even catch his breath, Han Mingxi began to curse, "Sickly Scholar. Just you wait. If I die here because of you, I guarantee that the Tianyi Pavilion will hunt you down until you die." Sickly Scholar's expression did not change, as if he did not care about Han Mingxi's threat at all. He asked coldly, "What's down there?" Han Mingxi sneered, "What's there? What's there? Even if there's something, with your lousy Qinggong, can your lousy body go down? Don't expect this young master to bring you down, unless you want to fall to your death together with this young master." Seeing the Sickly Scholar frown, Han Mingxi mocked maliciously. It seemed that he had indeed encountered danger at the bottom of the cliff, which made him forget his fear of Sickly Scholar. He could only use sarcasm to calm his anger and fear. "Brother Han," Yili called out in a deep voice. There was no benefit in angering Sickly Scholar at this time. Han Mingxi was not an impulsive person. After being reminded by Yili, he quickly suppressed his anger and said, "There is a sea of flowers at the bottom of the cliff, but I guess those words are poisonous." There were many poisonous snakes in the flowers, and there were also a few skeletons. It was unknown whether they had accidentally fallen down or had been thrown down by someone. However, in the middle of the cliff, there was a large hole in the ground about 70 feet away. It seemed to be an entrance. However, he looked at Sickly Scholar with a smile that was not a smile and said, the cliff was deliberately cleaned up by someone, so there was no place to borrow strength. I was not joking. With my qigong, it is impossible for me to bring a person down without falling to the bottom of the cliff full of poisonous snakes and creatures. As for the three of you, with your qigong, wanting to go down alone is simply a delusion. Speaking of his qigong, Han Mingxi was very proud. No wonder there were no guards along the way. Were they certain that we would not be able to find the way? Sickly Scholar muttered to himself. If the one who went down was not Han Mingxi with his qigong, they would have died. There must be another way. I do not believe that all of those people are qigong experts. Han Mingxi proudly said, that is natural. Do you think that peerless qigong is easy to learn? However, even if there is another way, can you find it now? None of them were experts in mechanisms, not to mention that they were in the southern Xinjiang, which they were not familiar with. More importantly, those people from the southern Xinjiang were not fools. Would they just sit there and wait for them to find the way in? You. Sickly Scholar frowned as he looked at Han Mingxi. Han Mingxi quickly hid behind Zhuo Jing, not even bothering to poke his head out. Don't look for me. Even if I can get in, I will not be able to. In terms of martial arts, I am not good enough. I think that even if there is an entrance, it will not be able to use qigong. If I go alone, I will at most alert the enemy. What is in there that is so important? Yili asked with a frown. Do you have a way? Sickly Scholar frowned as he looked at her. Yili did not answer and repeated her question. What is the thing that young master is looking for? Sickly Scholar snorted coldly. There were 3 people there, and he was alone. It was not realistic to want to capture Chu Junwei and threaten him. After a while, he said in a low voice, it is a strange poison. Hearing this, the interest of the others immediately decreased by half. Han Mingxi asked curiously, young master is famous for his poison skills. What kind of poison in this world can tempt young master to the point of risking his life? Sickly Scholar smiled coldly, and his eyes flashed with a sinister light. A poison that can make people beg for death. Yili was interested in what kind of poison could make people beg for death. There were many ways to make people suffer in this world. There was no need to risk his life to find some strange poison. As for what it meant to make people beg for death, if a person really wanted it, there were many ways to do it. How could they not beg for death? They did not want to die because they still had hope and worries. However, the sinister look in Sickly Scholar's eyes made Yili's heart skip a beat. A vague idea appeared in her mind. Young master is a poison master. Why do you need to take the risk to find some strange poison? Yili said with an indifferent expression. Sickly Scholar let out a short laugh, which was filled with resentment and malice. Then, he coughed violently. That's right, I do have a lot of good stuff, but it's not enough. The most painful poison in the world is in the southern border. Ha! Yili looked at him with wide eyes. Her voice was slightly raised with curiosity. I heard that the most painful poison in this world is the heartbreak bone-rotting pill. The poisoned person will have their liver and intestines broken and their bones shattered. They will cry for 49 days before dying. Could there be a poison more terrifying than this? Sickly Scholar said with a proud smile, that's right. The heartbreak bone-rotting pill is indeed poisonous. However, it needs to be taken orally. Moreover, it has an extremely strong medicinal smell. Even if it is covered up with other smells, it cannot fool people who are skilled in medicine or have a good sense of smell. However, this is different. The poison made from it is truly colorless and tasteless. Just one drop is enough to send a person to hell, never to be reincarnated. Hidden net flower. Han Mingxi asked curiously. Sickly Scholar gave a disdainful snort. Do you think the South only has the hidden net flower? Compared to the hidden net flower hidden in the South, this is a true peerless treasure, blue sky flower. Blue sky flower. Han Mingxi was confused. The name sounds quite elegant. However, I have never heard of it. Sickly Scholar gave a disdainful snort. Yili frowned. She said lightly, blue sky yellow springs. Sickly Scholar said with a smile, that's right. This poison is called blue sky yellow springs. It doesn't sound like anything. Han Mingxi said. Compared to the heartbreak bone-rotting pill, this name could be called poetic. Chapter 180. Sickly Scholar laughed, it's really nothing. Once this poison touches the human body, it will immediately merge into the blood vessels in the body. Unless you draw out all the blood in your body, this poison will never be cured. Even if there is a way to change the blood, as long as there is a little bit of this poison in the blood, it will quickly spread and grow in the fresh blood. Han Mingxi was confused. Why is it called blue sky underworld? One is in the sky, the other is on the earth. A person who has been poisoned by this poison will look fine on the outside, but the inside will slowly rot away. The more poison accumulates in the inside, the more beautiful the appearance will become. However, he cannot touch any human or animal. Is it contagious? Yili lowered her eyes and said in a low voice. No, how can it be contagious? Sickly Scholar laughed, playing with a poison that can't be controlled and spread will cause a lot of trouble. The reason why he can't touch anyone is because any warm living thing will cause him unbearable pain and increase the rate at which his internal organs fester. Therefore, he can only hide in a place isolated from the world and let himself rot. His limbs will be paralyzed first, and he might starve to death before he rots. The three people present felt a chill when they heard this, especially when they heard Sickly Scholar's sinister voice. Even though the sun was high up in the sky, it still made their hair stand on end. That's impossible. If it was just a poison, it wouldn't be so important. Yili pointed out. No matter how precious a poison was, it was still a poison. Unless it was in the hands of someone like Sickly Scholar, it probably couldn't compare to an antidote pill that could cure hundreds of poisons. Sickly Scholar said in a low voice, that's right. It is said that if the blue sky underworld is combined with another medicine, it can revive the dead. The so-called antidote pill that can cure hundreds of poisons can only cure a few common poisons. However, the antidote pill made with the blue sky underworld flower can cure any poison or injury as long as the person still has a breath of life. It can also prolong life. Do you think no one will fight for such a treasure? If the one surnamed Liang made it into a pill, no one would think it was too expensive even if it cost 10,000 gold. Yili hid the light in her eyes and nodded indifferently. So that's how it is. It is indeed a treasure. Is young master looking for it to cure your illness? Sickly Scholar sneered and said, curing diseases and making poisons do not interfere with each other. Then, when the time comes, this humble one will get a pill. That should be a reasonable reward, right? Yili asked. Sickly Scholar stared at her coldly. Reward? Could it be that young master has never paid anyone for their help? Since young master said that it can be used to treat illnesses and poison, then I can assume that jade falling flower is not that rare. I'm not good at medicine, so the blue jade falling flower is useless. Therefore, a pill that can detoxify and prolong one's life shouldn't be too much, right? Sickly Scholar's expression changed. After a long while, he said in a deep voice, I promise you. Very good. I can do it myself. Sickly Scholar retorted. Letting someone bring him down made him feel like a weakling. He couldn't accept this. Shuojing glanced at him and said, if you're not afraid of falling to your death, young master can try it himself. You. Sickly Scholar's expression darkened. He saw Yili wave her hand at him. She had already picked up the rope and brought it to the place Han Mingxi pointed out. She skillfully fixed the iron hook at a certain place and then threw the rope down. Yili grabbed the rope and slowly slid down the cliff. Han Mingxi poked his head out to look. He could still see her grabbing the rope and slowly sliding down the cliff. It seemed slow, but her movements were strangely skilled and fast. In a short while, she had already disappeared into the clouds. After a while, the rope that was originally swaying gently calmed down. Then it shook even more violently and the iron hook that was fixed to the rock gradually broke away. Ah! Han Mingxi anxiously wanted to grab it. And San said in a deep voice, it's fine. Young master has already arrived. Sure enough, after the iron hook was released, the rope at the bottom seemed to be pulled down halfway and quickly slid down the cliff. On the side, San had already started to prepare according to Yili's method. Sickly Scholar didn't argue anymore. When San went down, he directly used Qinggong to land beside San and grabbed him tightly. The two of them began to move down. This time, they were clearly much slower than Yili. Han Mingxi stayed alone at the edge of the cliff. He curiously looked at the iron hook and thin rope that was tightly gripping the huge rock. He muttered softly, Junwei is really a strange boy. When Yili slid down more than 60 zhang, she saw a cave that was about the height of a person not far away. She couldn't help but rejoice in her heart that when she discovered that the rope was thin and strong, she had lengthened the length of the rope by a lot. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have been able to reach here. Gently swinging to the right, Yili accurately landed on the edge of the cave. She stood up straight and firmly stood on the edge. Han Mingxi didn't see wrongly. This was indeed a very deep and bottomless cave. It was like a passage that was cut in the cliff. In front of her was a pitch-black area that led to an unknown place. Looking at the obvious new footprints on the ground, it seemed like these people were very confident. They didn't even send someone to guard the entrance. Yili carefully put away the rope and walked a few steps forward, waiting carefully. After a while, San brought Sickly Scholar to the entrance of the cave. The two of them had just stood there. Before San even had the rope, Han Mingxi lightly landed and swept into the cave. They really did enter from here. Yili pointed to the footprints on the ground and the top of their heads. Be careful, there should be a mechanism up there. When I came down just now, I looked carefully. There should be some kind of mechanism on the cliff that can be controlled, so they didn't use Qinggong to climb down. It's a pity that we don't have time to slowly look for it. Sickly Scholar's face wasn't very good. When he came down just now, although it didn't take much effort to be carried by San, it still wasn't good. Let's go. Don't worry about the mechanism first. Yili frowned and asked, can you resist coughing? Nodding somewhat stiffly, Sickly Scholar took out a bottle of medicine and poured it all into his mouth. His face became even more unsightly. Don't worry, I won't cough again. Yili nodded. San took the lead and walked in front. Sickly Scholar followed. Yili and Han Mingxi brought up the rear. After walking for a while, the tunnel became gloomy and dark. But it still looked dry. After the light completely disappeared, Sickly Scholar took out a match and lit it. Yili frowned. Lighting a fire in a tunnel with thin air really wasn't a good idea. But there was no other way now. Han Mingxi followed behind. Looking at Insan and Yili, one on the left and one on the right, he raised his eyebrows and laughed in a low voice. Junwei, aren't you guys too nervous? Yili rolled her eyes at him. Compared to the outstanding Qigong Master Han, how can I not be nervous? Sickly Scholar turned back to look at the three people. Holding the match, he continued to walk forward. This tunnel built in the mountain clearly didn't exist for the purpose of creating a diversion. So they didn't encounter any forks along the way. Inside the labyrinth. And the terrain kept going downwards. When Yili estimated that they were almost at the foot of the mountain, they finally heard movement in front. Sickly Scholar raised his hand to extinguish the match. Standing at the corner, he looked out. Sure enough, he saw two men wearing Nanjiang clothing standing not far away. Behind the two was a door. The noise was coming from inside. Chapter 181. The two guards clearly didn't think that anyone would come from this direction, so they were really talking and laughing in a low voice. But the straight passage in front of them was at least 100 meters long and was quite narrow. None of them could place the two gatekeepers at such a distance without making a sound. And if these two people made any movements, it would definitely alert the people inside. Sickly Scholar silently took out an exquisite box from his chest and aimed it in front of him. With two whooshing sounds, the two southern border people immediately froze. The four people quickly sneaked over. Sickly Scholar was the first to flash through the door. Yili paused when she passed by the door. She turned her head and saw that the two people were still standing with a trace of black blood flowing out of their lips. It was clear that they were no longer breathing. Her eyes darkening, Yili also flashed through the door. The inside of the door was completely different from the darkness and coldness of the passage outside. It was hot and bright inside. Not far away, there were people coming and going, and the security became much tighter. But the four of them were all above average experts, so it wasn't difficult for them to avoid these guards. Crouching behind a barrier formed by a large rock, Han Mingxi looked outside curiously. It seemed like there was a cauldron of voices outside, and there was also the sound of iron being hammered. What are they doing? Sickly Scholar indifferently said, they are forging weapons. He pointed to the distance where there were already many finished weapons. Third Secret looked and made a hand gesture to Yili. Yili understood and nodded. The weapons these people were forging weren't weapons that people of Jianghu or martial arts liked, but conventional weapons used on the battlefield. With so many people producing weapons, it was clear that they were forging weapons for a certain army. This isn't related to us, let's go. Sickly Scholar wasn't interested in what weapons these people were forging, the only thing he was interested in right now was the falling blue sky flower. Do you know where that surnamed Liang is? Han Mingxi asked. Sickly Scholar sneered, he can't run away. Han Mingxi nodded, I remember now, you poisoned him. Where's your little moth? Sickly Scholar glanced at him coldly, got up and walked to the other side. Han Mingxi shrugged and smiled at Yili before following her. And San said in a low voice, young master, these weapons were made for a certain army in Dechu State. Yili raised her eyebrows, how do you know? And San pointed to a row of knives not far away and said, Nanjiang people are used to using short knives. West Hill people's knives have thicker bodies. As for the northern tribes, their cavalry was the strongest. They preferred long weapons or broadswords. This type of sword is commonly used by our Dechu State soldiers. Yili nodded and got up to follow Han Mingxi and Sickly Scholar. Sickly Scholar's guess wasn't wrong. This was indeed a large underground weapons factory. There were two large caverns that were busy forging weapons. Most of the blacksmiths were from the Central Plains, but there was also a portion of them from the Nanjiang. The two followed Sickly Scholar to avoid these people. They kept going down, leaving the cavern where the weapons were being forged and entering another underground cavern. Compared to the crude caverns before, this one was more like a decorated underground palace. The ground was covered with beautifully carved marble and comfortable and beautiful carpets. Are those people dead or not? As the four approached, a sharp voice came from inside. Yili frowned. It was the voice of the wealthy merchant, Master Liang. At this time, his voice didn't carry the same pride and disdain as before. Instead, it sounded more anxious and murderous. Don't worry, they definitely won't be able to escape. The voice of the Luo Yi tribe's chief, Lijiang, sounded. Why didn't you send people to kill them directly? Master Liang said with dissatisfaction, that sickly scholar is very scary. If we don't kill him now, we will leave behind future troubles. If it wasn't for him following me, I would have already reached the Nanjiang. But no matter what, we can't shake him off. And that person surnamed Han, he obviously knows that sickly person. We definitely can't let them. No matter the price. No matter the price. Lijiang laughed coldly and mocked, who's paying the price? Do you think I don't know that those people aren't simple? Even the snakes can't do anything to them. Every man in my Luo Yi tribe is incomparably precious. How many people would we have to sacrifice to fight them? Do you think my Luo Yi tribe has as many people as your Dechu state and can't be killed? Don't forget. Master Liang angrily shouted. Lijiang said loudly, don't worry, I didn't forget what I should do. But it's best if you don't order me about things outside of what we agreed on. The people inside seemed to be stunned. After a while, they heard Master Liang say, but, if those people escape, do you think they will let us go? I don't know about the other three, but I think you should have heard of that sickly person's reputation. He's the third pavilion master of the Shiling Yanwang chamber. Why did you provoke the people of the Yanwang chamber? Lijiang was clearly very angry and shouted sternly. How would I know? I had just left for a few days when he mysteriously came looking for me. I didn't even dare to let him go. That person is famous for taking revenge for the smallest grievance. What could I do? So you brought him along to the southern border. Lijiang gritted his teeth for a while, then snorted and said, I know, I will send people to deal with them as soon as possible. Don't worry, the road down the mountain has already been sealed. Right now, the mountain is full of poisonous insects and snakes. Even if he is the sickly scholar who is good at using poison, I don't believe he can poison an entire mountain of poisonous insects and snakes. Anyway, be careful. You must see his corpse. If you had killed them from the start, you wouldn't be in so much trouble now. Lijiang sneered and said, he has been following you closely. Do you think we can kill him first or he can kill you first? I will go order people to do things, you stay here first. Don't forget your things. If the master doesn't get what he wants, you know the consequences. Master Liang's breath suddenly stopped, and he quickly said, I know, I have already brought half of the token. Give the other half to me. Lijiang snorted and said, this originally belonged to our southern border. Master Liang didn't show any weakness when it came to benefits. The thing is in my hands, only I know how to get it. That was entrusted to the Liang family by the late king of Nanzhao for safekeeping, not for you. Lijiang said in a low voice. So what? You also know that it belongs to the Nanzhao royal family and not yours. Master Liang laughed and said, it's already very good that I didn't give it to the Nanzhao royal family, isn't it? Didn't we offer a higher price? If you give it to the Nanzhao king, you won't get anything other than a few words of thanks. Lijiang sneered. Master Liang said, you want the treasure, I want the money. Isn't everyone taking what they need? So, you better quickly give me the other half of the token and stop playing tricks. This mountain has already been dug up by you. Without me, you wouldn't have found the treasure. Also, don't think about killing me to silence me, don't forget that behind me is. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.